at 9:00 a.m. As a courtesy to all, if you are not speaking, please mute your audio. There are no interruptions or background noise. For the record, I'll note that the public meeting notice was properly posted as required by law, and the notice of this Board of Directors meeting was provided to each of the directors. I have not heard that any director would not be able to attend today. Christy or Lisa, would you please poll the board for attendance? And when your name is called, please unmute yourself and indicate that you are here.
Presiding Officer Flores.
Here.
Director Tallis.
Here.
Director Taylor.
Here.
Director Abraham. Director Boren. Director Fernandez.
Here.
Director Henderson.
Present.
Director Huber.
I'm here now. I was in a closed meeting, I think, accidentally.
Director Crone.
Here.
Director LaChance.
Here.
Director Lattimore.
Here.
Director Leslie.
Here.
Director Lloyd.
Here.
Director Luton.
He's accidentally over in the closed meeting too. I'm going to call him and tell him. He's here though.
Director Rankin.
Here.
Director Ruiz. Director Sanderson.
Here. Director Ruiz is in the closed meeting too. He's coming over.
Director Savage.
Here.
Director Smith.
Here.
Director Wilson.
Present.
Director Luton, have you joined us now?
Can somebody there, one of the IT people or somebody see the John Henry and Director, there's Austin. Okay, John Henry's still in that closed meeting, I think.
We do have a quorum of the board present. Now we will move on to the public comment section of our agenda. For those commenting, please note that the board may not deliberate on the items that are not posted on the agenda. We will be placing a 3-minute time limit on public comment. We have 4 people that have signed up to speak. When your name is called, please unmute yourself, state your name, and proceed with your comments. I would like to add, please make sure everyone else's microphone is muted. I hear some kickback right now. We're going to start with Catherine Marshall. Catherine, are you online? We'll move on to Carrie French. Carrie, are you online?
Yes.
Thank you, Carrie. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Thank you for joining us. You'll state your name and
thank you.
address, please?
Yes, my name is Carrie French. My address is 1363 Willow Beach Road, Grayford, Texas, 76449. I'm a resident at Possum Kingdom Lake.
Awesome, thank you. Proceed with your comments.
Okay. Yes, thank you for your time today. I'm actually virtual this morning as a representative of my family, 35 other families who live in a small cove near the end of Willow Beach Slough over at Possum Kingdom Lake. And our cove is very small. It has very little water movement, and we're very far from the larger part of the lake. It tends to be very shallow. So last year, a developer bought up some land around the cove with a plan to put a very large RV resort right on this cove. And the plan is quite oversized for the cove, and we residents have some legitimate concerns about water safety and water quality. I know water safety and water quality are supposed to be priorities of the Brazos River Authority, but it seems in this case, the priorities of the PK office have strongly come into question, and I'm here today to appeal to you for oversight. The PK office has put the interest, it seems, of one commercial developer above the safety and above good old common sense, and sadly, in violation of their own posted rules for on-water facilities, by approving 4 very large commercial docks to be placed in this little bitty cove. So the dock permits, there were 4 different dock permits proposed by this developer. They proposed to put in 4 4,100 square foot commercial docks, each having 12 slips, so that's 48 total commercial boat slips plus their boat ramp in this tiny cove. Combine that with like 400 to 500 weekend visitors at their RV park. These are very likely to be inexperienced boaters. Because this cove is small, it tends to be shallow. There's a lot of swimmers, kayaking, and other activities. I can tell you right now that injury to people and property is imminent. Unfortunately, when we tried to explain this and explain our concerns to the BRA, and we've had plenty of time because they actually applied for these dock permits back in July of 2020, but the BRA held on to those and didn't approve them until January of this year because they were waiting to get a favorable opinion back on their OSSF permit before they approved the docks. We went to, once we heard of the approval, everyone was just shocked. We went to Michael McClendon, the regional.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mrs. French, but your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. Well, okay. So lastly, I'm just appealing to you to look at this. At this and have it reviewed, and I'm asking for your help in modifying these commercial docks.
Your comments this morning. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
The next one we have is Randy Marsh. Randy, are you on? Randy Marsh. Is Catherine Marshall on? How about Mike Sutherland? Is Mike Sutherland on? Catherine Marshall, Randy Marsh,
Madam Chairman,
yes,
I'm wondering who is the person in the 605-393 number? Does that happen to be any of those people?
Hello,
yes, who's that?
this is David Blackburn.
I don't have a David Blackburn. One second,
Uh,
David, okay? Are you,
Okay, I sent an email on Friday.
are you trying to make a public comment?
Yes, I sent an email on Friday. I think you've got a problem with your comments, your public comment sign up.
Okay, so you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you'll state your name and your address for us.
Okay,
Go ahead and
just let
state
me
your
know when you're
name.
ready.
Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
this is David Blackburn. I'm at 1361 Willow Beach Road, Grayford, Texas 76449.
David, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you'll go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, board, for the brief time this morning. I will make it quick, as Carrie French has already spoken briefly on the topic that I'm here to speak to you about. So I won't say any more about the details that she went into, but I will just tell you a little bit about who I represent. As I mentioned, I'm David Blackburn. I'm the treasurer of the Willows Condominiums Association. We're a 26-unit condo complex located at the Willow Beach area at the end of Willow Beach Slough. With those 26 owners, we're a family property. None of our properties are rented out or anything like that. It's all family use. On most weekends, there are 100 or more people there enjoying lake life and the family-friendly atmosphere of the Willows and that surrounding area. Lots of times the people will be swimming off of the docks, fishing, participating in other outdoor activities in and around that cove. And we are just extremely concerned about the threats posed by the proposed RV park. We just feel like that, first of all, it's a bad idea for many reasons, but safety is the biggest concern. The site of the proposed park is at the far east end of a cove that is at the end of a very lengthy no-wake zone that extends all the way out to McGinnis Point. I'm not good at estimating, but it's probably around half a mile or so. But the docks would be in a very narrow part of that cove, and we're just extremely concerned about the boat traffic that would pose a safety concern for the children and families that swim in that area around our docks, not to mention the property damage that could occur. The passageway to that cove is very narrow for existing boat traffic already. We already have issues with rental properties at the end of the cove where we've had to call the BRA Lake Rangers numerous times because of violations of the no-wake zone. And to add 48 boat slips in that area would be just an unbelievable amount of traffic for that small area. Even to add 12 boat slips would be too many, but they're talking about adding 48. And when you talk about 48 boat slips with 83 RV slips, there's going to be more than 48 boats. And what happens, we've seen it at other RV parks, they beach the boats on the shoreline or they tie them to the ends of the dock. So now you're talking well over 48 boats possibly being in there. And we've appealed to the reservoir manager. I've copied the Upper Basin manager on my correspondence, just noting these concerns. And I've just implored them to go visit that site and try to imagine
Mr. Blackburn,
those boat docks with those boat slips.
Mr. Blackburn, your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I just appreciate you taking the time to listen to me this morning. I hope you'll consider looking into this matter and the safety concerns that it presents. Thanks again.
Thank you very much for coming and speaking to us this morning. Is Catherine Marshall? Randy Marsh?
Randy Marsh is on now.
All right. Randy Marsh? Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Randy, if you'll give us, state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
My name is Randy Marsh. My address is 1361 Willow Beach Road, Unit A4, Brayford, Texas, 76449. And I am in opposition to this PD's RV park for the reasons that Carrie and David stated. Numerous safety concerns. There will be some damage by this, some accidents. It's just common sense. If you come look at this slough, it's almost crazy to think what they're trying to do. They're not, my understanding is they're going to put in a septic system and not even tied it to the municipal service, which has got to be to save money. Maintaining a septic system of that size with pump outs, and it's going to be overly expensive. They're not going to do it, so you're going to get run off into that slough, which is just crazy. All these families come down here to get away from congestion and the urban sprawl, and to put this large complex at the end of the slough is just dumb on its face. Why the BRA is allowing this to go on, this does not make any common sense. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
On and giving your comments. Is Mike Sutherland on?
Yes, ma'am. I just got in.
Awesome. Mike, if you will state your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Sutherland, 3401 Parkway Terrace, Bryan, Texas, and I own property in Grimes County right on the river. I'm writing because in the past 20 years, we've had our property flooded 38 times. And we only have 126 acres, but when it floods, all but 5 acres of it is covered with water. And currently, I was at Lake Limestone on Friday, and it looked like the lake was way over the 363 mark, and not way over, but over. And what I'm afraid of is that we're going to have some releases, and they're going to be timed poorly because we're already very wet. And if it goes above 12 feet at the Normandy gauge, we'll have 6 or 8 inches of water on our property, and that's really terrible. If it does it now, we won't dry out till August, and we can't use our property essentially. So I sent a letter and an email today, this morning early, and I hate to read it all because y'all should all have a copy of it, but I'm going to go through most of it. I request that the Lake Limestone Dam be changed, the operation be changed because of the constant flooding that it causes downstream. Per the National Weather Service, our property has been flooded 38 times in the past 20 years, and sometimes for as long as 6 months. It's covered all, but as I said, 5 acres of the 126 for 6 months also. The operational release is also blocking damage to country roads and bridges in several places that are impassable. The operational releases of the dam destroy any useful recreation and economic value of the land downstream. I believe, based on the research that I've done and speaking with some of the landowners, that the changing of the operation, the way the dam is operated, will tremendously help us. For instance, the Brazos River Authority management asserts that it's not possible to maintain Lake Limestone below the 363 level. However, routinely during droughts, the lake drops way below that, sometimes 50% of capacity. The lake is not a flood control lake. However, there's a flood stage listed on the USGS at 370, and that's 7 feet above the 363. And where spokespeople have told me that it's unsafe to operate above 363, But if the flood stage is 370, I don't understand why 363 is the magic number. The BRA management said there's no greater release of water downstream from the dam than is taken in. The problem is the velocity and the volume of releases. Mother Nature without the dam would start releasing water as the rainfall begins. Runoff immediately starts gently into the river and starts flowing immediately. And by the way, I'm from Louisiana. We get 90 inches of rain a year. You only get 40 inches here. Mother Nature has cut the river channel to accommodate her flows, but you didn't cut the river, change the river cut when you built the dam and released the flows that are tremendously more than they've ever have been. My neighbor has had her property in her family for 150 years. Her grandfather was able to farm the land and make it productive. The flooding was not significant enough to prevent from any raising crops and cattle for his livelihood. Only in the recent past.
Mr. Sutherland, respectfully, your
Sir.
3 minutes is up.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland.
Members of the board, you'll have, if you don't have it now, you'll have Mr. Sutherland's letter that he sent to us emailed to you.
Thank you.
Is Catherine Marshall on? Catherine Marshall. Is there anyone else online that wished to make a public comment?
Madam Chairman, we have a 979-229 number. Who is that?
This is Mike Sutherland. I'm 979-229-7805.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sutherland.
All right. I can't see any others at this time. So we will now proceed to the regular agenda item. The first item is report and possible discussion from our general manager and CEO, David Collingsworth.
Thank you, presiding officer. Welcome to everyone, all the board members. Welcome to everyone from the public that's joined us this morning. We're glad you're here. We appreciate all of the public testimony and comments. Don't let the members of the board, don't let the short agenda of only a few action items fool you. We have some significant business to discuss today. One of those items being the risk-based management approach, which is probably one of the most significant undertakings in my many years of being at the BRA. So we're excited to discuss that today and bring that to you. Also, toward the end of the meeting, Brad Brunette will be spending some time with you talking about lessons learned from our ice storm, and that's a very significant discussion as well. So we're glad that you're here to be a part of that. Also, for those of you that are jealous of the presiding officer and myself being here at the central office, we are and will begin working through a plan that's a kind of a hybrid approach to allow some of you more access to the central office and begin our transition, hopefully back into a post-COVID environment. So that's my report for this morning. Presiding officer, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, I have to admit, it sure does feel good to be back central office. So can't wait for all of us to be around the table again. Moving on to the second agenda item, resolution in memory of Richard Ball by David Collingsworth, General Manager and CEO.
Thank you, presiding officer. What an honor it is to be able to take just a few moments of our time to talk about a past board member. There's a picture of Director Ball, and a great friend and a great man. And it's just a wonderful opportunity. After a life anyone would be proud to have, Richard L. Ball, beloved husband, father, papa, and great-grandfather went to his reward on Tuesday evening, February the 16th. It is unlikely that anybody ever knew Palo Pinto County better than Richard. He was born and raised there. He was a proud Texan. He had small town values. He was a man of his word and a man of honesty and integrity. Richard was, in my opinion, an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. Richard and his wife Connie purchased West Tech in 1988. And under their leadership, that small company became a major force in the vending industry. And to hear Richard talk about the early days of the vending business was truly amazing. Richard served 25 years on the Texas Merchandise Vending Association's board of directors, including 3 terms as president. He also served 6 terms on the National Automatic Merchandising Association's board of directors. Richard was most respected in and around the Mineral Wells community. He was elected to the Palo Pinto General Hospital board of directors. And in 2009, his good friend, Governor Rick Perry, appointed Richard to the Brazos River Authority Board. He served 6 terms with us and was also the chairman of the Admin and Audit Committee. Richard was the Mineral Wells Chamber of Commerce. He was presented with the Willie Casper Jr. Lifetime Achievement Award in September 20th of 2019. And on December 31st, Richard was named the Mineral Wells Index Man of the Year, honoring him for a lifetime full of service. So I think what you can take away from that is Director Ball was a giver. He was a giver of himself and a giver of his time. Ms. Ball, Connie, I know you're out there. I know some of your family are on as well. And we just wanted to tell you that we're sorry for your loss. We miss our friend Richard, and we were just honored to have just been able to share just a small picture of his life. So thank you for being here. Presiding Officer.
And Connie, my sentiments again to you and your family. I had the pleasure of serving with Director Ball in my early days on the BRA. So I have a resolution here that I would like to read. Whereas Richard Ball was appointed by Governor Rick Perry to the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority on March 13, 2008, and fulfilled his role with honor and distinction. Whereas Director Ball dedicated his life to serving his community and the state of Texas. And whereas Director Ball's stewardship, knowledge, leadership, and support were instrumental in the furtherance of the Brazos River Authority's mission. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority as follows. The Board of Directors hereby recognizes Richard Ball's lifetime of contribution to the state of Texas and his exemplary service on the Brazos River Authority Board of Directors. In addition, the Board of Directors hereby expresses deepest sympathy and condolences at the passing of Director Richard Ball and extends thoughts and prayers to his family and his friends of this life of loss.
Madam Chairman, this is Director Tallis. I'd like to make a motion that we approve this.
Second by Director Savage.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Connie, again, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you to your family.
Thank you.
Moving on to the third agenda item, report and possible discussion on strategic plan workshop by Aaron Abel, Water Services Manager. I want to add something here. We sent this strategic plan out early, so I'm sure everyone has had an opportunity to read it and make notes. And it's very important that the board engage and be a part of the strategic plan. And so I believe that Aaron is going to introduce the plan, and then it's going to be sectioned off, and each staff member taking over that section will talk. If you can make your comments, make your notes when that person is talking, and then we'll talk about the section at a time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I take that as a yes. So, Aaron?
Aaron, I'm going to hijack you for just a minute. For those of you that are new on our board, and I know new is kind of a relative term, but then also COVID interrupted us a little bit from our normal board activities in that we didn't have the interaction with either the budget workshop nor the strategic plan discussion last year. One reason was because of COVID. Two was because of COVID, we didn't increase our rate. So we did things to a lesser degree. This is the first strategic workshop that we're hosting for the strategic plan. And what we want to do is to really get a lot of comments from the board and direction, and then we'll come back and we'll redline our strategic plan and send it back out to you and discuss it however much we need to discuss it moving forward, so that when we adopt the budget in July, the board will also adopt a strategic plan that has its fingerprints all over it. So we're really excited about that. Our strategic plan is really the sounding board, if you will. When new projects come into the organization and we're trying to figure out how to prioritize and does this activity fit into what we think as a function of the BRA, this is really what we go back to. So it's a document that we use a lot. It's a document that, in my opinion, it has been a good strategic plan and has served us well. But again, we're looking forward to direction from the board and your fingerprints being more and more on it as we move forward. Also, in the years to come, I think what we want to do is also use this strategic plan workshop as an opportunity to go through each of these major points and report to you on progress that we're achieving throughout the year. So keep all those things in mind. The first part of the strategic plan there you can see is our mission statement, and you'll hear me talk a lot about develop, manage, and protect, and that is from the top of the basin to the bottom. And how do we deal with the growth that's happening in Texas? How do we protect our reservoirs? How do we protect water quality? How do we go out and develop new water supplies? This strategic plan also talks to how we develop our employees. It talks to security. It talks to diversity. So there's just a lot of things in here that we're going to work through with you today. And again, we're excited about this conversation and look forward to the fruits of our labor and having a better strategic plan. Aaron, if you want to jump into Roman numeral number 1, I'll let you get busy.
Thank you. Good morning, presiding officer, directors. And I'll be, like David said, I'll be presenting the first several pages of the plan to give you an overview of how the strategic plan supports the development of water resources and the management of those water resources as a service to our customers and the benefit of the Brazos River Basin. Just to orient folks, the Roman numerals represent the overarching goals of the plan, followed by the lettered objectives, and then obviously the numbered strategies. We continue to develop water resources, including both surface and groundwater, and that's the first goal of the plan here. We support the development of surface water projects based on economic feasibility, environmental sensitivity, and our customer needs. So below that first objective, the system operation permit requires continued updates to the water management plan on a 10-year basis, to maintain our authorization and continue our long-term system water supply contracts under the permit. So that's obviously something that we continue to work on, as well as those other projects and our strategies under that first objective. We also continue to move forward in developing groundwater both responsibly and efficiently through the strategies there. And we have one Trinity groundwater production well at East Williamson County, that has been completed, with the potential of additional wells in that area to meet the growing demands in that part of the county and that part of the basin. We've also undertaken strategies to further investigate the alluvial aquifer along the Brazos River and support and participate within groundwater surface water interaction studies that continue to be of interest to a number of entities. Another objective is supporting reuse and conjunctive use to increase the overall benefit of existing water resources. And under those strategies, the Bell County WCID #1 reuse project, that's something that will be completed within the next couple of weeks. I think their permit will be issued. So that's one likely change that will, kind of fall off in the FY 2022 version of the strategic plan. Under the support of economically feasible alternative water sources, we're currently participating in both Williamson and Bell County ASR studies to investigate the feasibility of ASR to benefit our customers in those areas and the citizens of those areas. Another important objective is the research and development of infrastructure for the conveyance and transportation of water from areas of surplus to areas of need through those strategies that we see here. We continue to progress through the feasibility studies of the Belton to Stillhouse pipeline to increase water supply reliabilities for our customers in the Little River system. We've initiated the phase 3 expansion of the Williamson County regional raw water line pump station to realize the full pumping capacity of that pipeline over the coming years. And integrated water resources planning will allow the identification and other potential infrastructure and water management strategies to prioritize projects needed to deliver water to our customers in the future. And that's something that we'll continue to be looking at and moving forward with. The second goal in the plan is managing water resources as a service to our customers and support beneficial use by citizens of the Brazos River Basin.
Hey, Aaron, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just for the boards, just for a little bit of explanation, can you, before we move on to the next Roman numeral, can you talk a little bit and educate the board on the alluvium and what that is and why we're interested in it?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about the Brazos River alluvium, we're talking about the aquifer that is completely adjacent and underlying the actual river itself. And through research over the years, there's definite communication between or transfer of water from both the alluvial aquifer into the river and then from the river into the alluvial aquifer. And so we really need to advance the science on determining when the transfer of water happens and the seasonality of that hydrologically. When does that happen? To what extent? How much water is being transferred between those two systems? And so we've in the past we've had a lot of we've researched the alluvium in the central part of the basin. And also we're looking forward to the moving further downstream in the central and lower basin to better understand that research or the communication between those two systems. There's interest in not just in our basin. There's areas all across Texas that we need to understand the extent and magnitude of when surface water is actually part groundwater and part surface water, and when the groundwater is part surface water and groundwater. So it's a complicated system, and that research is needed to further the science and be able to better operate and efficiently use both of those resources in the future. So that's something that we'll continue to look at, really well into the future, I think. Is there any questions on, I guess, in section 1?
So Aaron, this is Cynthia. So, recognizing that a strategic plan is a 3 to 5 year, and with water projects, obviously we all know that those are 10 to 15 year projects. And there's so much in our plan, while only 15 pages long, doesn't seem very long. Everything is so complicated. Everything is so, there's just so much information. So I kind of want us to even minute this a little bit more, and looking at A, under 1A, you mentioned under the development of surface water projects, you said systems operation permit, and you look at those on a 10-year basis. I mean, and then of course we all know Allen's Creek, we're working on that, but can you just kind of, what are y'all doing? What are some dates? Like you talked about ongoing research for the alluvium research, but I mean, what are some parameters?
Yeah, sure. I can talk to the system operation permit. The issuance of the permit, I'm getting a lot of feedback right now. So the system operation permit, it was issued in 2016. So we have a 10-year update requirement where we have to go before and submit an updated water management plan by November of 2026. So that's one thing that's a hard date that we'll be looking at, over the later this year and into FY 2022. That's something that we'll have to really initiate and look into that. The water management plan and technical reports supporting the water management plan and system operation permit is a pretty huge effort, and obviously it took 15 to 16 years to get the permit, and we anticipate that will further the first update will be a continued effort to update water availability modeling, update our operational constraints and to the permit. And so that's a hard date that's under the objective A, under the first section, our first goal. Some of the things under A also that we're working towards, obviously, is reallocation projects, specifically Whitney reallocation. And there's efforts to try to start that project and start looking at reallocation at Lake Whitney. Under B, so the Brazos alluvium research, we had a research performed by Baylor University back in from the 2016 to 2019 time period that looked at mainly areas of the alluvium in McLennan County, and a little bit into Falls County further downstream, to understand the communication between the river and the alluvium aquifer. And so in the next year to 3 years, we're looking at looking further downstream towards the Central Basin, towards the Bryan College Station area, and then even further downstream in the Lower Basin, trying to investigate how the aquifer in that area recharges from the river and vice versa. It's geologically speaking, the alluvium varies quite drastically from essentially Lake Whitney downstream to the Lower Basin. So those are some other kind of dates that we're looking towards as far as alluvium research. We did participate, or are participating into a pilot study that regarding the alluvium aquifer with a pilot study downstream of Lake Travis. And we understand that that's not in our basin, but the Texas Water Development Board, LCRA, and other groundwater conservation districts have supported that research to look at how do you actually look at the communication? How do you instrument the monitoring wells and the seasonality of the transfer of water? And so Texas Water Development Board is looking at that particular project to see if there's a way to define and develop methodologies for use in other pilot studies in other parts of the state, including the Brazos Basin and other river basins. So that's something that we participated in. We went to the board, I think, in April or July of 2019 to authorize or get authorization to participate in that study. And so there is developing data associated with that study going forward.
Let me propose something. I think what we've tried to do over the last year, and you all have seen this a little bit in the GM update, is give a bumper sticker, if you will, of projects. And what we're trying to do is develop that into a strategy where anybody can go on our webpage and look at updates to those projects. And I'm talking about the smaller projects, not necessarily Allen's Creek. Allen's Creek will eventually have its own home site on our webpage, and so will other major, really large initiatives. But we can take these initiatives and go in and create some milestone and deliverables and associate some dates with those, so that the board can better follow along where we are in the life cycle of some of those projects and activities. And then eventually that would become part of that bumper sticker also, to where when the public comes on to see, okay, where is BRA and the system operations permit? Okay, well, they have 3 or 4 years until the next water plan has to be, and draft permit has to be submitted to TCEQ, and functions like that, so that people can follow along better with where we are on our projects. And I throw that out there for discussion.
Aaron, I had a question. This is Director Savage. So the Texas Water Development Board, and of course the Brazos River is very involved, both the upper and the lower, for the flood control aspects. And so that is a surface water storage and recovery opportunity. So how are we kind of, dovetailing, or coattailing really would probably be a better word, because they're leading that effort. And I guess we would be taking our cues from them a little bit, and we're participating in that process.
Yes, that's a really good comment, Director Savage. As from the regional flood planning perspective, we're in a very early stages of a compressed plan for both the upper part of the Brazos River Basin and the lower part, Region 7 and Region 8 of the regional flood planning perspective. As we move forward in that process, and just to make sure everybody understands, the Brazos River Authority is essentially the administrative agent for the lower Brazos, and that includes an area from essentially just upstream Possum Kingdom Reservoir down to the mouth of the Brazos and near Freeport. As the needs of flood mitigation are identified and potential alternatives are developed in the regional flood planning perspective, there's going to be an analysis of what are the opportunities of water supply in the perspective of developing flood mitigation, and also on the flip side, what are the potential impacts? Because you could look at it from both perspectives, there could be a project where you could develop additional water supply and piggyback that on and mitigate flooding downstream and also develop water supply. But on the other side of the spectrum, you could potentially develop an alternative that mitigates flooding downstream, but impacts water supply in either existing water rights or a run-of-river water right or so on and so forth. So we're going to have to, there's going to be an analysis of that, and where there are opportunities to develop supply, that's going to be fed in. And also there's coordination between the regional water planning, which is another very similar process, but from the developing water supply planning that the Texas Water Development Board has, that process has gone on since the late 90s. So there's going to be communication between those two processes, and to the extent that strategies are identified, that will be fed into our strategic plan, also potentially identified in our integrated water resources planning. So there's definitely some opportunities there, and obviously we need to be able to capitalize on those opportunities and feed that into the strategic plan. So that's a really good comment that I think we need to think about more.
And Aaron, I'll jump in here since I sit on the Lower Brazos Regional Flood Planning Group. I do agree that that's going to be something that feeds into this to the extent that there are flood control strategies that dovetail into water supply strategies, which is one of the things that group's supposed to look at. Just in terms of timing, I would imagine you may see that more in next year's strategic plan, or maybe ones after that, just given the fact that flood planning group is so early in the process. They've chosen a consultant, but don't have them under contract yet. So that's going to be, it'll take a little bit of time before you start seeing those, but I do think they will, you could start seeing those in here.
So that would be that, what our chairwoman wanted is some dates, so you could just say, hey, we know there's some dates that have been laid out for the Water Development Board flood planning process, and then we need to check in, as a board, okay, what did they report out? Because they also control a lot of the funding too. So, and essentially Allen Creek is a situation where it would be a flood stage that would fill the reservoir. So it is kind of a surface water aquifer storage and recovery, but it's not an aquifer. It's just we have a permit already, to do that. So anyway, thank you for answering the question.
Aaron is Jim Lattimore. Good morning. I'd like to see us expand the wording in this in paragraph 1A, section 4, where you talk about additional surface water opportunities, but it probably could be, in each one of these subparagraphs. This document is going to become public, and it seems to me that maybe we ought to expand each of those to detail a little more what we see as potential surface water opportunities. We all know how long Allen's Creek has taken from its original conceptual stage to now finally maybe getting to the development point. And I just wonder if it wouldn't be sensible to go ahead and talk a little more detail there when we talk about additional surface water opportunities, or in B4, participate in groundwater surface interface studies, to detail a little more about what we're seeing in the future, so that everybody understands what direction BRA is going to go with our goals and objectives. You want to comment on that?
Director Lattimore, this is David Collinsworth. We can certainly take those type of discussion points here and do a better job of populating them so people will have a little bit more knowledge of what we're talking about. For sure, that's a good idea.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Before we move on to Roman numeral 2, does anybody else have comments, questions pertaining to just this first section that Aaron has gone over. All right, so Aaron, if you'll go ahead and go to number 2.
So the second goal in the plan is managing water resources as a service to our customers and support, the beneficial use by the citizens of the Brazos River Basin. And some of the main objectives under here, obviously, is managing the water resources as a system. So we kind of mentioned the system operation permit and water management plan. That obviously is a big driver, a big component that helps guide us in reservoir system management, as well as the Possum Kingdom Granbury water management study. For everybody's background, I mean, the Possum Kingdom Granbury water management study was completed in 2011, and it essentially guides us in how to operate Possum Kingdom, Granbury, and Whitney as a system as we enter into droughts and balance recreational impacts as we have drawdowns. And so we have basically a drawdown procedure that we go through as we enter droughts, and we balance those impacts between that system, among that system. So the East Williamson County Regional Water System, we mentioned the development of the Trinity groundwater the production well there. That's the first area where we've developed. We have surface water in Lake Granger. We treat that and deliver it to our customers there, City of Taylor, Jonas Sud, and Lone Star Regional Water Authority. As we move forward, that is going to be a system that has multiple sources. So, we're in the process of investigating how we could blend the Trinity groundwater, with the surface water. So that's something that we'll continue to do. Does anybody have any comments or questions under this first objective and strategies in the second goal? I'll move on to this next objective. We have to operate and maintain our water supplies and associated infrastructure in a safe, responsible manner, both from the compliance of our TCEQ water rights, our contracts, our agreements with our customers, and other regulatory requirements. So, some of these strategies here, obviously we've gone through, long-term, or we've initiated long-term preventative maintenance projects of the dams and facilities, and that's a major strategy in ensuring that we can continue to deliver water supply from these projects well into the future. David mentioned the risk-based asset capital management program, and Blake will talk more about that later in the agenda, but that's an important initiative that will help inform prioritization of major infrastructure improvement projects as we move through the future as well. And you can see some of these other strategies. Obviously, we own and operate 3 reservoirs that have no flood control storage, so we have to manage floodwater releases when those reservoirs are full and we receive rain. We have to release that water downstream and protect the infrastructure, protect the dams, protect the gates associated with the dams, and all these associated infrastructure. I mentioned the Williamson County Regional Raw Water Line previously. Obviously, that's continued. We'll have to continue to maintain that infrastructure well into the future in order to deliver water to Lake Georgetown. The Brazos Water Master Program, that's been in operation since I think June of 2015. So we continue to operate our water rights and deliver water to our customers while also reporting and coordinating very closely on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis with the Water Master. And emergency action plans, that's something that we continue to hone and revise and exercise to from our 3 reservoirs that we own and operate. Is there any questions, I guess, related to this objective B?
Director Huber has his hand up.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was up. Excuse me.
Abel, could you, or maybe in the future, we could have the water master explain that role. I don't understand exactly when that is activated. I guess it's in drought conditions. I would like to understand that better.
Yeah, we can definitely provide some information, or Molly Moeller is the water master. And it's not just drought conditions. It's all the time. I mean, it's even in normal conditions. Anytime our customers divert water, lakeside or downstream, we have to report that on a day-to-day basis to the water master to make sure that we're operating this under our water rights correctly, and that's an oversight regulatory requirement that is mandated by TCEQ, and but we can definitely provide you some additional information on the Water Master program, and potentially, have some additional presentations on that for sure.
Thanks. I'd be interested in a meeting if no one else was, so I'd come up and meet with her.
Sure.
We'll have the water master come to the upcoming BRA board meeting and give a presentation. That'd be good information.
Super. Thanks.
I'll move on to this next objective. So, objective: protecting water supply and treatment facilities, and proactive planning for continuous improvement of security measures is extremely important, and those strategies are listed here. And then obviously encouraging water conservation strategies to address projected water shortages in the basin continues to be an important objective as we have continued population growth through Texas. We have an annual, we have a water conservation plan that's updated, that's mandated to be updated on a 5-year basis. And we provide annual water conservation reports to the Texas Water Development Board on an annual basis with the major updates to the plan on a 5-year basis. Any questions under these 2 objectives before I move on? Okay.
I had a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean by the cybersecurity protection or whatever you got?
I don't know if maybe Robert Starnes is on to address that.
Is that like trying to hack in and controlling the gates or something?
Director Ruiz, we have a very active Office of Security that has an individual that is just his job is just to make sure that from a cybersecurity perspective that we're as tight as we can be when it comes to protecting our internal information, when it comes to operating dams, when it comes to operating our water and wastewater treatment plants, how we communicate, how we make sure that we're protected both from external elements and people have heard me say before, your biggest threat to an organization like ours is from internal. So it's also to protect us from folks that could attack us from the inside also. So we spend a tremendous amount of time making sure that both from a physical perspective and from a cyber perspective that we're as safe as we can be. So that's why it's an objective.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Moving on, we continue to manage both water treatment and wastewater treatment plant operations in the areas listed in these strategies below, as well as exploring new opportunities in water and wastewater treatment. I think that concludes my presentation. I'm going to turn the presentation over to Tiffany Malzahn to talk about the next goal in the plan, which is to protect our water resources.
Aaron, so Tiffany, you'll start with Roman numeral 3, and I think somebody has their, if you'll unmute or make sure your phone is on mute. Thanks.
Yes, Roman numeral 3 addresses the protect part of our mission statement, and how do we protect our water resources and make sure our water supply is clean and available for use throughout the basin. Our first item is we monitor and assess water quality throughout the basin for compliance with applicable regulatory requirements. TCEQ set surface water quality standards across the state, and so we monitor and assess to those standards to make sure that we are complying with water quality, and that several different projects we do support that. We participate in the Clean Rivers program. Honestly, water quality initiatives are items like the new intensive monitoring of our lakes that we previewed at the last board meeting that are not necessarily within the purview of the Clean Rivers program, but are still valuable things for us to do and monitor. Also, that helps us with one of the following ones of environmental flow standards and making sure that across the flow regime that we are meeting those water quality standards. You will see concentration in some parameters when we get to low flow and drought conditions. So just monitoring and making sure that we're maintaining those, even our water quality standards, even at the low levels. Support water supply development. We certainly don't want to go off and plan a major new project in an area that we know is suffering some from historical abuse that would be very expensive and problematic for us to remedy to make our water supply usable. And we participate in a variety of state-sponsored advisory groups related to water quality standards development, monitoring protocols, how those data get assessed, that sort of thing. So any questions on item A? Okay, Aaron, will you switch to the next page for me? Item B, we do a lot of work on reservoir and stream biology, and that's an indicator. Not everything that is causing problems out or that could cause problems out in the world is going to be caught with just pure chemical monitoring. So we also look at and evaluate the quality and diversity of fish species, freshwater mussels, riparian, tree communities, things like that, to make sure the river is supplying basic needs and that we're not seeing problems develop that are new in those areas in the biota. That also goes to support the in-stream flow monitoring and gathering data to inform on Senate Bill 3 environmental flow standards, and we anticipate those will undergo or start undergoing revision in 2024. So we hope to be able to contribute a large amount of data that was not available when those standards were developed. Also, that helps us keep track of federally candidate listed species and start to gather some data on species issues in our basin. That is probably one of the biggest threats to future water supply development that we're seeing right now. We are actively participating with Texas Parks and Wildlife in a reservoir habitat improvement program. And that goes back to what we learned during the drought of 2011, where several of our reservoirs were drawn down to very low levels, and we lost a lot of fish habitat. And during that time, we were very fortunate the rain came just in time, but we were getting very close to the point at which, after about 3 years of loss of nursery habitat and other habitats in the reservoir that we could have started to see collapses of our reservoir fishery. So that project's essentially to create artificial habitat deeper in the water bodies so that if we have another prolonged severe drought, there is habitat there to support the fisheries. And then also participate with state and federal agencies on issues related to threatened and endangered species and invasive species. Right now, you've heard me talk for the last 4 years on the CCAA, which has gone out for public comment, and we have responded and revised and resubmitted to U.S. Fish and Wildlife. That is a basin-wide and system-wide plan that should hopefully provide us a lot of protection for all things aquatic going forward, the true aquatics. We have money planned to start the Brazos water snake study, which I'll bring to you at the next board meeting. I think that's our next area of vulnerability as far as species go. It is a upper basin endemic snake that is partially aquatic, feeds off fish and everything. And as we saw with the mussels, the low-hanging fruit for the reason why populations are in decline was the construction of reservoirs and withdrawals of water. And then we also participate with Texas Parks and Wildlife in a informational campaign on invasive species to get the word out at all reservoirs. I'm sure you've heard the Clean Drain Dry ads on the radio or on TV, and that's something we just generally, it's a small financial contribution we do to support their efforts, which hopefully creates awareness and keeps those invasive species that can be very expensive and very destructive to water supply systems out of the basin, which so far we've pretty much been able to do with the exception of zebra mussels. Any questions? Okay, no. Provide environmental flows to reservoir operations and participate in statewide in-stream flow initiatives. Through our system operations permit, we are required to comply with the Texas environmental flow standards. And one thing that's real important with standards, whether it's a water quality standard or a flow standard, is that we have a good standard. A regulatory level that is not appropriate does no good because you spend a lot of money and effort chasing something that's never going to have the desired result because the standard is off. So we participate in a lot of the advisory groups. We also, like I said earlier, are taking a lot of biological data to support that effort. And then as part of the system operations, we negotiated a MOU with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, and that includes a donation of a long-term farm water to their Texas Water Trust program. We are currently, Aaron's team and mine are currently working with them to figure out how that water will be used and maybe a different matrix on, depending on different conditions around the basin, where they might call and ask for that water to be released from. And then also participate in local watershed protection management efforts. We just wrapped up participation on the Bureau of Land Management resource management plan for the state of Texas, essentially for the Corps of Engineers and the Department of the Army. They manage leases on those properties for things like minerals, other use projects. And in the past, there have been concerns and issues for the way those leases were initiated around some of our reservoirs. And through participation in that effort, we were able to actually negotiate some stricter water quality based protective requirements than what was in previous versions of that report. We are working internally. There's some erosion occurring downstream of Lake Limestone on BRA property, and we are trying to conduct our own riparian restoration to hopefully curb the further erosion. The area was historically clear cut when the dam was constructed, and we now know long-term management of erosion and control of erosion, that's not good practice anymore. And also we are working on developing a computer model that will help us evaluate Texas pollutant discharge elimination permits. That is essentially wastewater treatment plant permits across the basin, especially on ones that have the potential to affect our drinking water sources. and evaluate whether it is worthy of us to write formal comments to TCEQ requesting either increased water quality monitoring in those permits or flat out protesting the issuance of those permits. Hearing no questions, I'll move on. Also, trying to support the development of new water supplies through environmental impact studies. All the major projects, Allen's Creek, Lake, the Belton Stillhouse pipeline, all have a major federal permitting issue that requires extensive environmental analysis. So we are trying to support our new water supply. So a lot of our monitoring will go to generating data that's needed to develop those documents for those federal permits. Item F, on BRA managed properties, administer the rules and regulations relative to state and federal programs for the protection of water resources, aquatic life, and overall water quality. There are a lot of environmental permitting programs out there that apply. The more Texas gets attention on the Endangered Species Act front, the more likely we are to encounter the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and some of their endangered species regulations. A lot of our maintenance projects at the reservoirs require aquatic resource relocation plans, which is a Parks and Wildlife permit. There's some others on here, Texas Historical Commission consultations on projects that move dirt. Just basically making sure from an environmental standpoint and a permitting perspective that we are checking all the boxes we need to be on our BRA projects. And then finally, trying to identify within some of these big global programs we're starting, like the Integrated Water Resources Plan and the Properties Master Plan, can we identify some strategic opportunities for conservation and restoration on BRA properties, or as we're developing new water supply sources that go to protecting our ability to continue to provide water supply throughout the basin and develop new activity. So basically, can we be real strategic and leverage those plans to also kind of quiet some of the environmental activist community that might otherwise strongly protest us on developing new water supplies? And can we use some of those new water supplies to also maybe meet some environmental needs? Same thing, we don't want to divest of a property that may have some critical conservation value for us. There's no further questions. I will pass off to item 4.
Hey, Tiffany, quick question.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
many people do you have on your team?
15.
All right, thank you.
I had a question, David.
Director Ruiz has a question.
Yes, sir.
Are they going to address at some point in time today what went on at Belton Lake with the blue algae?
It was not on the agenda. David, do you want me to just give a rundown of the issue?
No, we're actually not posted to discuss that, but Director Ruiz, I can call you after the meeting and give you an update if you'd like.
Yes, I've had a few people ask me about it. So.
Sure.
Okay. We'll move on to the next Roman numeral 4. Who is presenting on that one?
It will be Blake Keller.
All right, Blake, you're on.
All right, thank you. The BRA will proactively engage in strategic planning and effective resource management. Here for subsection A of this section, we're considering initiatives utilized by the organization to consider and plan for future water supply activities to meet demands throughout the basin. So while also being considerate of the system rate. In order for us to, as an organization, to stabilize the system rate, we need to consider advancing our planning efforts further into the future as a strategy. And below, you'll see kind of a list of these efforts to push the organization in that direction. So 1, involvement in the state water planning and flood planning processes. This is something that, we've touched on already. You've heard Aaron and Matt kind of talk to it, but this is something that the organization has taken part in. we'll continue to participate in the future. So we participate in regional water planning efforts that overlay the Brazos Basin. So Region O, Region G, and Region H that follow the basin from the headwaters to the Gulf. BRA acts as the administrative agent for Region G, and we also hold positions on Region O and Region H. On the newly established flood planning process, BRA acts as the administrative agent for Region H. The benefit of this for the organizations participating in these activities is to stay informed of the demands and needs throughout our basin and working with public customers and future customers to find solutions, whether that's planning for additional water supply or flood control efforts. Two, the Integrated Water Resources Plan. This project or initiative will kind of lay the groundwork for planning for future demands and needs from an organization perspective by creating an inventory of strategies to create water supplies while considering timing, location, and system rate implications. The information collected from this study will basically be utilized to assist in the development of our capital improvement plan when considering new water supplies into the future. Number three, the long-range financial plan. This is basically a mirror image of the capital improvement plan. Its purpose is to stabilize the system rate by corresponding with the capital improvement plan to verify we have funding planned into the future to meet the needs of asset renewal and rehabilitation. The capital improvement plan is utilized to plan for the future projects of the organization by verifying that we have projects planned appropriately to extend the service life of our facilities and consider new water supplies into the future, while also providing the benefit of business continuity and operational resiliency. If I could make one recommendation here, one additional consideration for this section is inclusion of the capital improvement plan. It could either be considered here as part of number three, or if we wanted to put it afterwards, but I just feel like those go hand in hand, so that may be something worth considering. Number four, the strategic plan. Of course, this is the document we're reviewing this morning. It basically provides a framework for the organization on how we'll do business, kind of an overarching rule book for BRA. And then number five, the property master's plan. This initiative is to provide guidance and insight on BRA properties, verifying that all properties serve a purpose and executing BRA's mission statement and what that purpose is. So subsection B, support the development of strategies that improve assessment of the operational efficiency and physical condition of assets that improve capital renewal of assets. So B is directly in line with the initiatives that we're bringing online, and that one you'll hear about later on this morning. The risk-based asset management and capital planning program. It will improve decision-making on asset renewal through improved prioritization of assets across the organization, as well improve long-term capital forecasting through improved assessment of renewal needs. This initiative will be a game changer. It will improve our planning process for rehabilitation and replacement of assets with added benefits of operational resiliency and business continuity, ultimately stabilizing the system rate into the future. So under this, we have 1 and 2. Basically, this is kind of talking to the software part of that initiative, or one's talking to the software part of that initiative, basically making sure we have the software platform in place to collect that information and extract what we need. And then 2, develop a risk-based asset management framework. That's basically the rules that back up the software. So that's the that's your framework, your policy, or not your policies, your procedures, everything that goes along with that asset management program that's put into place. And I believe, yes, sir.
Can I ask a question? This is Director Savage. So, we had a real ugly illustration about risk management with the freeze, and it impacted, every member of the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT. So are there some lessons learned from that in terms of risk management planning for freezes, for droughts, and for floods, which also, impact us. I guess I'd be interested to hear something about that.
Yeah, so yes, there are some lessons learned. I think Brad, he'll kind of give an overview of that later on today. But from I guess a risk-based perspective, that's something that this program will consider. Where does our risk lie as far as assets? What needs more attention? What needs to be repaired or replaced more often? So we'll that will be taken into consideration whenever we develop that program. Ultimately, moving us towards improved business continuity and operational resiliency.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? All right, I believe that concludes section 4, and I'll pass it over to Matt Phillips.
Blake, before we go there, we have one hand up.
Okay.
Yeah, Blake, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is Director Lattimore. I couldn't get off of mute here. On section 4A, number 5, the BRA Properties Master Plan.
Yes, sir.
The similar comment to what I had earlier. I think it would be informative if we expanded that comment just a little bit. And I guess this being a pet project, I would be interested in seeing it. But it seems to me that maybe we expand it to mention that the goal of that master planning project is to quantify. And I'm going to just talk roughly. You guys can finalize the wording of it, but to quantify the properties as to their critical nature to BRA operations or future development with respect to the watershed. I don't really want to extend it so far as to get into final disposition of the properties, because I think that's something way down the road. But maybe it warrants a little explanation there as to what the master plan is going to do for us. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. That's noted. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I will hand it over to Matt.
Good morning. I'm going to stay pretty high level on all this. I won't go through each of these different numbers, but this is an area that I always really enjoy talking about, and that's our public outreach, our public information office, and the folks that work there and the job that they do, because it's an area that I think we excel at, and it's an area that we get a lot of compliments on, a lot of kudos on. In fact, when Sunset came in, they had a lot of good things to say about what we do here. And I think what you see kind of in this list of things is a lot of kind of the tried and true things that we've done for a number of years to be good in this area. And our public info folks, Judy Pierce, Cassie Smith, Mary Schmidt, they do an outstanding job of, more than anything, never settling for, okay, here's what we've always done, we'll just keep doing it. What they always are trying to do, and I think the nature of this section of the strategic plan for us really focuses on continuing to evolve our public outreach and continuing to look for new ways to reach broad audiences and put out information that people really want to see. I think a good example of that over the last couple of years is our expanded use of video content. And I think that you're going to continue to see us expand using that in the future. We made a few videos that we posted on the website about reservoir operations and general BRA info. I think you'll see us expand that into our environmental services. So doing some information on that, maybe looking into the water and wastewater treatment realm. So I think you'll see us continue to use those things going forward. Another thing that I think our folks have been using that's been really helpful in continuing to get better is social media analytics. Our folks produce a report monthly, and it basically tells them the content that's driving people to see us, what people are clicking on, what people want to see on our site, and it allows us to inform kind of what we want to do going forward. So I think the one other area of focus that you're going to see us look at, and we may begin to mention, and David Collinsworth talked about it a little bit earlier, and we may want to put some verbiage in here about it, is Sunset's one comment to us was, you do an outstanding job of putting information out there, the one way that you could be a little bit better is receiving more information, creating more avenues for folks to tell you how you're doing and what they think about your projects and things like that. So I think you're going to see us work to expand our presence in that realm as we go forward. I think that we'll likely create, as David said, the kind of the project section of our website that has project summaries and timelines. But as part of that, we're also going to have a, what do you think aspect of that, and have people tell us what they think about our projects, what they think we should be working on, and how they think that we're doing. I think that with the post-board meeting, brown bag on the Brazos meeting that we're going to start having every week to 2 weeks after the board meeting, where we give the public kind of a recap of what the board did, but allow them to engage us more, because it's not, you won't be subject to the confines of things being posted on open meetings. The public can kind of engage staff a little bit more and ask us questions. That'll give us an avenue not only to provide additional public information, but also, again, receive that input from the public and have them tell us how we're doing. So I think that's what you'll see be our focus here in the next coming months and years. So again, this is an area that we really enjoy doing. I think we do really well. And obviously I'd be happy to kind of entertain y'all's thoughts and questions and go into any one of these individual things and see if you guys have any recommendations for us.
Hey, Matt, this is Director Tallis.
Yes,
who do you consider part of the Speakers Bureau?
Anybody, board members, staff, we extend that to anyone who wants to do it. So that could be you all, it could be us. Usually we try to pair a subject matter expert with whatever the group wants us to talk about. So if it's water supply, we'd send Aaron or somebody from his shop, environmental, Tiffany or somebody from her shop. It just depends on what the group wants, but we expand that. We open that up to anyone.
David, this is Ford. I got roped into doing a presentation on the BRA a number of years ago, and they wouldn't, unfortunately, let anybody do it. They wanted me to do it, so I did. And the BRA offers a really nice PowerPoint type presentation that they can just hand to somebody who's not very smart like me, and it worked out real well. So they can make your life easy if you ever have to get roped into doing that.
Wayne Wilson speak. We can sign him up anytime.
And the last thing I'll say, I think on this section, if you scroll down a little bit, there may be some changes to some of the, go down a little bit more. On some of this transparency stuff in this section, we may add some stuff to this based on some of the additional information we're going to put on the website as a result of the sunset review. So we may make some edits to this to make sure it's just timely and has everything. But obviously, in addition to the public info that we put out, we try to put everything out on our website that anybody might want to see about us, whether that's our budget, our CAFRs, our audits. We put everything out there, and there's going to be some additional things that we put out there in the coming months, and we'll tweak this list to make sure it's timely and updated.
See that we have one hand up, but I can't tell who it is. Do we have a director with a question?
It's Austin who's got the hand up. You may have forgotten to take it down.
Okay.
Matt, I had just one comment on the regional customer meetings. I'd be interested in participating in those as Director Savage. So I like meeting our customers so I get a better understanding of their perspectives.
I think you came on right before we had COVID and we didn't do them in person. So that's what happened. But yes, we will go back to, my hope is, I say that very optimistically, I hope that we will go back to the in-person meetings. Those tend to happen in June. And we do 3 meetings in different parts of the basin, the upper, the central, and lower. And obviously all of the directors are invited to attend and participate, and most of you usually do. So yes, I'm hoping this summer we can go back to that and doing those meetings in person.
Thanks.
And with that, if nobody has any other questions for me, I don't know who is after me. Monica.
I'm after you. Thanks, Matt. So the 6th goal, the BRA will develop and retain employees to support the BRA's strategic vision, enhance diversity and inclusion in the workforce, and prepare the BRA to accomplish its mission. So most of the objectives under this goal, they really tied together. First, we need to hire and promote the right people to move the BRA forward. Our recruiting efforts over the past several years have really focused on diversifying our workforce and fostering a more diverse and inclusive work environment. We've increased our outreach to minority communities, we've improved our applicant tools, and actively sought out and attended minority and veteran-sponsored job fairs. We've become more flexible organization, and I believe we're now better able to attract and recruit professionals to the BRA. In addition, we have enhanced our ability to compete for skilled laborers by initiating pay differentials in the higher cost labor markets or areas where it's more difficult to recruit. With regard to employee development, currently much of our employee training and development is conducted using in-house expertise, and then we supplement that from time to time with external subject matter experts. In addition to general training, employees may attend in person or through webinars. Our employee development program is an area that we plan to expand and improve upon. We are in the initial planning stage of creating a more targeted development and mentoring program. So as we promote employees from within, they will be better prepared to step up to the next level. Having the ability to promote and retain a skilled workforce is an important factor in attaining our goals. We believe that it's critically important for us to show our employees that we value them, their contributions, and their well-being. Not only do we focus on retaining our employees, but we strive to keep them safe, engaged, and excited about our mission. We do this not only by service and safety awards program, but also by providing workplace flexibility when feasible, encouraging team building activities, wellness initiatives, safety training, and opportunities for employees to collaborate and share their ideas and or concerns throughout the year. So, of course, all of that's really important. However, we also know that a key component to retaining employees is to ensure that our salaries and benefits are competitive in the marketplace. So throughout the year, we participate in several salary and benefit studies from various river authorities and cities, which have similar positions to those we have at the BRA. In addition, to help us maintain pay equity within the organization, prior to hiring or promoting employees, HR conducts a compensation analysis, comparing current employees' tenure and pay with the proposed rate for the new or promoted employee. The result of the analysis may indicate that we need to adjust the requested pay rate so that we don't create compression issues with existing employees, or perhaps we need to adjust a current employee's pay rate to bring them up where they would have more pay equity. With regard to ensuring operational efficiency throughout programs and processes and improving internal communication and coordination between functional groups, Blake addressed these areas when he was discussing goal number 4, proactively engage in strategic planning and effective resource management. And Matt covered the initiatives under conduct business with customer service focus in section 5. So these may be a few goals or objectives that actually fit better in other areas of the strategic plan. So we'll look at that as we continue the review of the plan. Also, I've already discussed some of the things we're doing to encourage a healthy workforce and ensure a safe working environment included in training and employee awareness and input. So I think that's all I had in section 6. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So I have 20 till 11. If we can just take about 10-minute break, refill your coffee, and we'll be back on in about 10 minutes. We are trying to, the lady who was going to do public comment earlier this morning, she has reached out to us, and we are trying to connect with her. So it'll give us a few minutes to see if we can get a hold of her again. We'll come back in 10 minutes at 10 till 11. Thank you. will come back into session. It is 5 till 11. Agenda item number 4, discussion and possible action on risk-based assessment management and capital planning program by Blake Kettler, Technical Services Manager. Blake?
All right, can everyone see the slideshow here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. With this agenda item, I will be requesting to move forward an initiative that has been in the work for some time now. To this point, the organization has been successful with accurately planning or considering a 5-year window for projects, but the goal is to look further into the future and develop a long-term planning effort. This initiative will help lay a roadmap for projects into the future. The program will provide BRA the ability to plan further into the future and provide stability to our system rate, knowing that anticipated infrastructure projects are coming online and when. It will verify that we have projects planned appropriately to extend the service life of our facilities into the future, while also providing the benefit of business continuity and operational resiliency. The risk-based asset management capital planning program will help us with this. This program is not just a software system to maintain a database of assets. It's much more than this. There are additional components to this project that will develop invaluable tools and information for future planning efforts for the organization. It's the understanding of where our organization is today and where we would like to head with controlling risk from an organizational perspective. It's increasing operational resiliency and business continuity for our facilities. It's the consultant to provide their top-notch expertise on implementation of the processes, framework, procedures, asset management software to transition us as an organization. A change capturing asset information to being able to extract information from this program to utilize in planning efforts into the future. It will improve decision-making on asset renewal through improved prioritization of rehabilitation and replacement efforts across the organization, as well as improve long-term capital forecasting through improved assessment of renewal needs. And by asset, I'm talking about the, everything from the pumps at East Williamson County to, say, valves on a water line, to segments of pipe, to components of the gates at one of the reservoirs, whether that's an actuator or stem, or even down to a vehicle that we use. Anything, in this reference, anything, an asset's anything basically that we're using to perform our operation. So that's what we're talking about here. So to provide a bit of background to this, currently our capital planning process consists of prioritizing projects based on needs, considering many factors or drivers, such as input from the basins, technical services, our F&A department, or other priorities. We also consider political or customer drivers, resource availability, and recommendations from assessments on our operational facilities. While this method works, it's difficult to substantively plan for an extended time frame accurately. And on the asset management side of things, we utilize a program called Micromain to perform our asset management functions, which include tracking costs, maintenance, labor associated with maintenance, and warranty information. The system has been utilized for many years and it performs as it was intended. So the risk-based asset management and capital planning program will bridge the gap between asset management and capital planning by considering the risk associated with assets for repair and replacement criteria. In order to implement a program to help address our needs, we'll start off with assessing our current approach to asset management and develop the framework to follow. This program will rank assets based on risk by assessing likelihood of failure, consequence of failure, and redundancy for each asset. This information will then be utilized to prioritize rehabilitation and replacement efforts for assets into the future. And again, assets, we're talking pumps, valves, vehicles, gates, actuators, basically anything that we use for to complete our operations or complete our mission. If one of these items were to fail, what repercussions does it cause to our operations? So as Director Savage pointed out earlier, if we have a generator not come online whenever we lose power, what are the repercussions of that? So considering this, it's essential to plan the necessary maintenance and repair and replacement to ensure we do not have these issues. The outcome of this prioritization will then be utilized to formulate an accurate and detailed forecast of future projects to be included within BRA's capital improvement plan. By projects, I'm referencing the preventive measures to address those assets before they become an issue, ultimately reducing our risk. In order to implement this initiative, BRA has pursued external expertise to assist in this process. We posted a request for proposals and selected Carollo engineers. At conclusion of our scope and fee negotiations with Carollo, we have agreed upon the following taskings within the scope of services. Understand that this is a high-level tasking and does not consider all the subtasking due to the essence of time. So first, we had to develop the risk-based asset management program framework. So during this task, we developed what the program will look and feel like, from procedures to asset inventory, the asset management system, who will be in charge of what, and how the organization will interact with the new program. Also, a change management plan will be developed that will consider what is needed to take place to move us from our current way of doing business to the risk approach. So some of the subtasks here would be your framework evaluation and selection, your gap assessment, establishing your risk criteria, preparing asset inventory data for the pilot risk assessment. The next major task would be the asset management and capital planning software selection. This task will consider selecting a software that kind of fits the organization's needs. So whether that's an off-the-shelf item or a customized item, basically during the first task and second task, we'll kind of get an understanding of what's gonna fit our needs, what's gonna provide us the information needed there. So Carollo will assist in this process and verify that we get I guess a system that fits our organization, and if there is any customization to that, they'll help with that, and also the implementation of that for our organization. The asset management, so some of the subtasks here is, like I said, developing the asset management software requirements, review of current and future desired asset management practices. The consultant would help in preparation of the RFP, so we can verify that we're moving in the right direction. They'll coordinate vendor demonstrations, vendor evaluation and selection, procurement support, implementation support, and training. The next task is the pilot programs. So Carollo will implement the pilot programs at Possum Kingdom and East Williamson County into the asset management software system by performing the inventory, condition assessment, and risk scoring, with BRA watching and learning the implementation process. This will be the determining factor as to whether we elect the optional task below within the scope of services. It ultimately depends on our comfort level and our ability to implement at the remaining BRA facilities. Inventory, and so some of talking about some of the subtasks there for the pilot programs, we have the inventory and condition assessment field work, looking at condition assessment results and likelihood of failure, the consequence of failure, asset risk scoring, and then the risk-based long range and capital improvement planning for just those facilities. The next is the optional task that I talked about, the apply risk to all BRA owned and or operated facilities. So this is the optional task 4, which may or may not be pursued. This test provides funding for Carollo to perform the inventory, condition assessment, and risk scoring at our other owned and or operated facilities if needed. This test may be executed in part or full, depending on what services are needed from Carollo. And then the last the last task there is to develop the long range and capital planning program. So this is where, you know, we're pumping all this information into this system, gathering all this information. This is, of course, where we start extracting that information to help us with our long-term planning and making financial decisions. So here we will develop a process for extracting the information from the asset management program, utilizing it to create our capital improvement plan. As a side note, there will be other information gathered. We'll still, you know, look at all those other sources. So from our input from departments, all of our political or customer drivers, resource availability, and recommendations from our assessments on our facilities. These items will still be considered going into that capital improvement plan, but this program, you know, it will look at assets currently in place, so it does not consider or contemplate future assets. It's just looking at assets in place and helping us take those and understand the repair and replacement criteria there, so we can take and plug those into our capital improvement plan to you know, basically build out our projects and things into the future. So at conclusion of implementation, BRA will own and operate this program from the supporting processes, framework, and software. We'll be trained and have the ability to modify and add future assets to the program. Renewal and replacement prioritization decision criteria is involved as part of a subtask of develop the long range and capital planning program. As well, we have the risk prioritized capital improvement budgets for immediate, near, and long-term projections. We'll have a decision tree, draft and final lane diagrams for the asset management program, and standard operating procedures, as well as our asset management program training. So here's a look at the workflow or level of effort for completing the contemplated task. Although this is a workflow instead of a schedule, it provides insight into the level of effort to complete a given task. The total project time frame is planned to take 4 to 5 years for full implementation, although we should start to see fruits of our labors in a couple of years by being able to begin extracting information for planning purposes and making financial decisions. As I stated earlier, this will not be a quick process. We're hiring experts to come in and understand how our organization currently manages assets, from our procedures to software to the culture. From here, helping us to move towards the direction of how we look at asset management, incorporation of a new risk-based approach, new framework, procedures, selection, and implementation of software and training for our folks. A global change to the organization from an asset management, risk control, and planning perspective when it comes to infrastructure. Again, this project will take upwards of 4 to 5 years to fully implement this initiative, with an annual spend ranging from $40,000 to $700,000. The total not to exceed for this project is $1.9 million, which includes an additional 10% contingency should any unforeseen issues be identified during the process. This authorization amount includes an optional task 4, which may or may not be pursued, as stated earlier, depending on our comfort level at completion of the implementation process at the 2 selected pilot facilities, East Williamson County Water Treatment Plant and Morris Shepherd Dam. Provided on this slide is a subtotal excluding the use of task 4, and also a subtotal utilizing the full amount of task 4, which hopefully will not be needed. This task may be executed in part or in full depending on what services are needed from Carollo. So the way we set that task up, basically we had it split out per facility. So if we only wanted to say help from Carollo to implement services at Granbury, well, we could just select that. So we have the option to kind of tailor that to what we need. So we don't have intentions to utilize task 4, but we're pursuing to lock in the cost to perform this effort in case it's needed during implementation. The cost for these services would only increase in future years. In addition to providing frequent updates to the board of directors on progress of this program, staff would return to the board prior to execution of the funds associated with optional task 4. This fee does not include procurement of the asset management software, which will be pursued once a better understanding of what BRA software needs are identified through the process. So in conclusion, the risk-based asset management and capital planning program will be a change across the organization. It will improve the way we do asset management, repair and replacement criteria, and capital planning. It will help us, it will make us more efficient and give us the ability to plan for the future of infrastructure projects for the organization. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Blake, this Director Huber, I think
Yes,
this is
sir.
revolutionary. I think it's a tremendous plan to increase the efficiency of the authority, and I just think it's a great program. Thank you for all your work on it.
Any other questions?
Yes, one real quick one. Not a question. I want to follow up on what, this is Sanderson here. I'll follow up on what Rick said. It's a great idea. It's a good program. Hopefully it'll also at some point in time tie in some service level type things for your maintenance aspect, and for your maybe at some point in time look at the optional GASB 34 approach. I've seen some evidence that kind of has some efficiencies, let's say, in the bond markets for people. So anyway, very nice, and really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll look at service. It will look at service replacement, and that's part of what MicroMain does now. But when we implemented MicroMain years ago, we were kind of on the cutting edge, and it's time to improve that operational efficiency. So it'll be allowing us to use a lot of data that we have to make those financial decisions. And Director Sanderson, I think the bond market will be pleased with that for sure.
Blake, can you talk a little bit more about just Carollo? You know, how they're qualified, you know, to be our best consultant on that?
How they're, I'm sorry, just I want to make sure I understood how Carollo is qualified to be our best consultant there.
Yes.
So we go through, whenever we send out a request for proposals, we go through kind of our evaluation process. So we kind of, you know, we put together our committee there. We look at, we go through and review proposals. We get together and kind of talk about likes, dislikes, who we think is going to be the best fit for that project. Carollo brings a real strong group to the project. They're really well versed in asset management. They've implemented similar systems at other locations. You know, they put together a really good team. So, you know, through that process, they were identified as a right fit for the project, and partnering, you know, with our organization to move this initiative forward.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Blake.
Yes,
So following up with that question, typically the board sees RFPs, you know, what the RFP is going to be about and who you're looking at. So can you tell me how many people actually responded to this request, and then the price, the cost factor range? Is this consistent? So 2 questions. How many engineer firms actually bid on this project, and what were the price costs?
Sure. David Jones, are you on the call? Do you recall how many respondents we had?
Yes, sir. We had a total of 8 respondents.
Okay.
And as a professional services contract, price is not included in that evaluation. It's based on after the selection of the firm. So
correct.
We did not have actual prices from all 8 firms.
Thank you, David. So David Jones is our
engineering procurement, so that's the way it's done.
Correct. David Jones is our project manager there. Normally we'll go through proposals, and it's just based off their capabilities. And at that point in time, once that's reviewed and we kind of determine who's the best fit there, at that point we start developing scope. You know, so we kind of have a process in place there where they'll pitch us kind of, you know, okay, if you were going to come look at this project, how would you go about it? based off of some of these objectives that we've put together for this project. They'll give us their approach, and we continue to build on that. So the approach is normally just kind of like a framework to the scope of work, and we start plugging in and putting all the pieces together. Once we get that scope of work or scope of services finalized, at that point in time, that's when we start discussing fee and getting that nailed down. Any other questions?
I have a question or a comment or whatever. Maybe I'm not smart enough to grasp the size of this project, but it sure seems expensive to me.
It's it's a big initiative. You're talking multiple years worth of work there, and a total change to the way not only the organization's currently doing asset management. So everyone from your managers extracting information from this program to the folks out in the field inputting and getting information from this. So it's a total change to the way we currently do asset management. Currently, like I said, we don't consider risk or anything like that. Basically, we're just capturing information. We're looking at preventative maintenance. So this new program, it will consider all that, but we're going to take it to a next level and actually start looking at risk and what does, if a pump fails at one of our facilities, what does that do to our operations? Does that shut us down? Do we have redundancy there? If it does shut us down, how often are we visiting that asset and providing that preventative maintenance? Or are we looking at, if it's something that needs to be replaced, what frequency is it being replaced at? So we can take that information and plug it into that capital planning program. So we can make sure we're doing maintenance at the right, at the right steps in time, and ultimately providing some insight into future planning as far as projects and things like that, and stabilizing that system rate. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot of moving parts. It's going to take a lot of effort, not only on Carollo's side, but on BRA's side. It's pretty much a global change to how we're looking at assets and asset management.
And Blake, the option 4 is a significant part of that cost, right? So we don't have to spend all that money. So I think that's also makes it more palatable than you're securing the cost up front over this multi-year period.
Yes, sir.
Well, Blake, Director Huber, just to clarify for me, optional task, that's bringing all the other aspects of the BRA under this program. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I was getting a lot of feedback. Would you mind repeating your question?
Yes, the program includes 2 pilot programs, and then optional task 4. Do I understand that is then bringing all the other BRA assets into this program?
Correct. So the 2 pilot programs is basically when we create that framework and, okay, this is how we're going to operate this system. We've got our asset management software. The 2 pilot programs or facilities we selected that we can take live into the system to kind of see how you load them into the system, how you do the risk scoring and the capital planning from that. It's just looking at 2 facilities to give us an understanding of how to do that. So not only are we going live with a couple facilities, it's providing us insight on how we manage and, I guess, administer that program, so that way we can build on that in the future. Depending on the conclusion of that, what it takes resource-wise, how comfortable we are with that, I guess, loading information into that program and getting it set up. We can either, do that ourselves, which that's the intent. We would like to be trained to do that ourselves and take that on internally and load the remaining facilities. But, if we're not quite comfortable enough, or, we just don't have the resources in place yet to do that initial load up and scoring and everything, we locked in that fee so that way Carollo could help us with those remaining facilities. So, Granbury or Limestone, or, looking at other facilities that we own. And also, if not that we would go that direction or anything. I mean, I think it would take a, further discussion, of course, with the board and everyone else. But if we would want to pursue those managed facilities as far as treatment facilities that we operate as well. So yeah, we can kind of piecemeal it or pick and choose if we just want to use that option 4 for, say, Granbury, we could do that, or for Limestone, or we would have the ability to kind of select and choose wherever we need support at.
Thank you. I understand that now.
Blake,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not against the concept of what y'all are trying to do. I think it's a really good idea. I want to echo somebody else's comment. It sounds expensive, and the fact that we're not seeing anything else to compare it to. I mean, your second choice, would they have been significantly less financially? But then, I mean, this is a great program, but it's only as good as you're going to sustain it. Mm-hmm. So you just mentioned that, while we would want to manage it internally, the option would be somebody else maintaining that for us. So I kind of want to see more commitment on what the follow through of the BRA is going to be once the system is up and running, because it's going to be a constant, every time you make a purchase or every time, I mean, you're doing maintenance records for every, along the basin for all expenditures, big, what we're talking about. So, what is that plan?
So we currently have in place the micromain. So we're capturing a lot, I guess, on the preventive maintenance side. We're already using an asset management program. It will be a little bit of change for the folks out there in the field, but for the most part, I mean, we're still kind of capturing that same information. In technical services, we created a new department, the capital planning department. So basically, this is going to be their initiative, their tool. This is what they're going to use to help them put together and look at where those projects are in the future, and develop and put that capital improvement plan together. So it will be utilized. We will we'll continue to progress this and move it forward, and build on this. It's not going to be one of those initiatives to where we take it and just throw it up on a shelf. It's going to be something that's going to be, I guess, interweaved with our daily operations here at BRA. And as far as the financial end of it for follow-up proposals, it's difficult to say, because it ultimately depends on what comes out of the scope and fee negotiation. So you really don't know what the follow-up proposer, what their fee would be, unless you move all the way through scope negotiations.
Blake, this is David Jones.
Oh, go ahead, David.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to also mention that we had coordinated and discussed with Tarrant Regional Water District, their existing program. They're, I would say, about 4 or 5 years ahead of us. And the pricing that they had, or that they paid for their program, was in line with what we're seeing here on this proposal.
Thank you, David.
They own reservoirs and they do operations.
That we already have an asset management system. So how is that going to be merged into this new program?
So all that information is going to be captured out of Micromain. When we go through that selection process and put a new asset management software system into place, that information, one of the requirements will be for them to merge that information or take that information from Micromain and transfer it over to the new system. So, we're not losing that information, or folks aren't having to duplicate work, because that's not what we're looking for. We don't want to make us more efficient, or inefficient. We want to make sure that, we can continue to do our daily operations without having to add additional work on folks out there. So we're going to try to capture all that information, and that will be something that Corolla will help us with. That will be something that the software folks, they'll help us move that information over to that new system.
Hey, Blake.
Yes.
This is Brad Brunette. I was just going to chime in too. One of the elements of Corolla's plan and the scope of work is we've got different groups set up within the BRA that they proposed. And one of those key groups will involve a lot of our maintenance staff out in the field that currently uses the micromain system and is responsible for entering the data. And so I think one of the unique elements of their approach and their proposal is, they've got different groups of individuals within BRA that are proposed to be as teams for depending on the area of expertise or the topic. And the transition from micromain to the new system is going to be a big element of this. And it's one of the things that we're already in process of coordinating with our folks out in the field so that they have some input into it and can, help be a part of the process, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to have to be able to use it and operate it, at least on the asset side of the equation.
Thanks, Brad.
Blake, this is Ford Taylor. What is your cost, your annual cost of the asset management system you are using now?
I don't have that information. Courtney, are you available? Do you know what that price is?
Yes, it's about $8,000.
Say that again, Courtney.
I'm sorry, it's about $8,000 for micromain, the system we're using now.
And that just, Courtney, that just covers the licensing and everything, correct?
Yes, okay. That's just, just licensing and support.
Yeah, but I want to make sure that we're talking apples and oranges here. What we're talking about implementing and managing, it will have licenses and software also, but that what we're talking about is not comparable to the number that Courtney just threw out as a software cost. I would tell you that the way I look at the system that we have now, it's served us well and it's been good, but I'll use an iPhone analogy. And if where we're heading is an iPhone 11, then what we have now is a bag phone. Our folks will hear me say from time to time, we've got to work smarter and not harder. And from an operational perspective, it will make better the tool that they have to make decisions based on data. This will allow us as an organization from a whole to use that data to justify the projects that we're prioritizing. Again, when we're talking about doing all of these things that this organization has to do over the next 20 years, we will not be afforded the luxury of having a system rate that's near $80. And as we move forward and that system rate continues to go up to pay for all of these ginormous challenges in developing water and protecting infrastructure that's nearing 100 years old, I think this tool will allow us not only in-house the ability to better prioritize what we're doing, it will allow us the ability to show and justify year 1, year 2, year 10, as we move out. And that will allow our finance folks a better tool for looking at long-term rate stabilization and long-term rate planning. And all that boils up under this one huge umbrella of it allows us to make our projects and our rate making even more transparent as we plan for the future. So it's a very expensive initiative, but it is that too. I think it's an initiative in a way that the organization is going to better manage and plan for what it's got to do over the next 20 years.
There are no further questions. Blake, read your resolution.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO to negotiate and execute a contract with Corolla Engineers Incorporated to perform consulting services associated with the development and implementation of the risk-based asset management and capital planning program in an amount not to exceed $1,920,000 which may be exercised in part or in full, as the contract includes an optional tasking for implementation services for $658,026, and be it further resolved that staff will seek Board of Director authorization prior to initiating the optional tasking for implementation services.
You've heard the reading of the resolution. Is there a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt. Director Huber?
I second. Director Savage?
A motion was made by Director Huber and a second by Director Savage. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes.
Director Tallis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Abraham, Director Boren, Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Reeves,
Yes.
Director Sanderson, Director
Sanderson?
Savage,
Yes, for Savage. I think Alan didn't hear you.
Yeah, it was kind of muddled. I'm sorry about that. It's Sanderson is yes.
okay. Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action on amendment of Gresham Smith contract for laboratory needs evaluation by Tiffany Malzahn, Environmental and Compliance Manager. Tiffany?
Yes, hello. As you remember last time, we discussed a little bit that our laboratory is working at max capacity right now, and we are very space limited. So back in 2018, we contracted with a firm called Gresham Smith, which is an architecture and engineering firm that is experienced both in building and laboratory design. At that time, we did an RFP and received 4 proposals. Gresham Smith seemed to have the most relevant and appropriate level of understanding of what BRA needed, and that's how they were selected. We executed the contract with them in FY 2018. It was below $250,000, so at the time was not presented to the board. And what we asked them to do was basically come in and do an evaluation of the central office and evaluate the work processes, workspace, workflow, future estimates of personnel to deal with the anticipated growth of the organization, to develop some workspace improvement concepts and improvement plans. Fortunately, most of their work, which was wonderful, was completed before the COVID-19 crisis. So at the time, their initial conclusions were to incorporate the additional anticipated growth of the organization. There was a net need of space of 24,000 square feet. And that even with some of the recommendations they did for an alternative facility to house a certain number of departments and some reconfiguration of central office, we would still reach maximum capacity at the central office facility within 15 years. So their recommendations for at least addressing some of the most immediate needs would be construction of the environmental operations facility, which would hold environmental services, Office of Safety and Security, and the electrical operations department, which is currently already housed off-site. in Waco, and then make some structured modifications at central office to more efficiently use the existing space. One of their major conclusions is we have a lot of dead space that isn't being well utilized in the current footprint. Then we experienced the COVID pandemic, and we've learned a lot about the ability to have staff work more completely remotely. And that kind of has led us to the conclusion that we may no longer need to build that environmental operations facility off-site. At the time Gresham Smith made the recommendations, we were all still fully working in the office. Now we would like to have them go back and look at 2 more scenarios. Is there a potential to expand the laboratory within the current footprint of central office, build a structure to house all our equipment on site, and reconfigure some of central office to create workstations for remote workers to come in when they need to be at central office? Or can we build a new lab structure on central office property that would include storage space for all environmental services equipment and a workshop for the aquatic scientists to work on equipment, do sediment analyses, and some of the things that they are very space cramped to do right this moment. To do that, we will need to amend the Gresham Smith contract to have them go back and look at those 2 options. They're going to perform a cost evaluation and create conceptual drawings for both scenarios. That's an estimated amendment of $20,810. And from the time of execution of the amendment, we should have that answer in 6 weeks. Then we can come back to the board and present all the different scenarios and get your input on how and if you would like us to move forward. So the next steps would be complete the evaluation, and then we'll make a recommendation for the path forward and get your input. Are there any questions before I move to the resolution?
See any questions, any hands raised?
I do not see any.
All right, so if you'll go ahead and read the resolution.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Brazos River Authority hereby authorizes the General Manager, CEO, to execute an amendment of the Gresham Smith contract for feasibility and needs assessment for the environmental operations facility, authorizing evaluation of 2 additional scenarios for an amount not to exceed $20,810.
Director Luton, I so move.
Was made by Director Luton, a second by whom?
Lattimore.
Jim Lattimore. Please poll the board.
Presiding Officer Flores,
Yes?
Director Tellis,
Yes.
Director Taylor,
Yes.
Director Boren, Director Fernandez,
Yes.
Director Henderson,
Yes.
Director Huber,
Yes.
Director Crone,
Yes.
Director LaChance,
Yes.
Director Lattimore,
Yes.
Director Leslie,
Yes.
Director Lloyd,
Yes.
Director Luton,
Yes.
Director Rankin,
Yes.
Director Ruiz,
Yes.
Director Sanderson,
Yes.
Director Savage,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Wilson,
Yes.
Moving on to agenda item number 6, report and possible discussion on fiscal year 2021 second quarter investment officers report by David Thompson, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Perfect. This is our investment report that is required by the Public Funds Investment Act. In the first slide we have here is a 2-year look at our trends of our investments. We ended the year at the quarter at $152 million. This is the blocks of portfolio of investments that I have out there that kind of matches to our cash flow needs that we have that we're projecting out for. I do want to remind everybody that every investment we have is 100% collateralized. And this is just basically the average performance of the portfolio, and that is 67 basis points or 0.67%. That's all I had. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, report and possible discussion on legislative update by Matt Phillips, Legislative and Governmental Affairs Manager. Matt?
Madam Chair, I think Brad is before me on the winter storm, or maybe I saw the agenda wrong. We can go whatever order y'all want.
I'm ready if y'all are ready for the winter storm.
Okay. I have number 8 is the report and possible discussion on the February winter storm by Brad Brunette, Central and Lower Basin Regional Manager. Then we will come back to Matt.
Okay, sounds good. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I've got a report for you only this morning. We're not taking any action. We're not asking for any action. And I also don't have any slides. I've probably got about a 15 or 20 minute briefing, just kind of recap what we all went through back earlier in February. My father-in-law is a retired peanut farmer and rancher. And one of the things in visiting with him through the years that always used to impress me was how he would remember dates of specific years and weather events and things like that. And I always remember him talking about trying to water his peanuts in the summer of 1980 and how hot and dry it was, and the flood events that we had in the early 90s. And like I said, it always struck me that he remembered those things. But having worked at BRA now for quite a while and having gone through some floods and especially what we went through back in February from about the 11th through the 20th, I think it's something that none of us will likely ever forget. I think we'll all be remembering the February event of 2021. It affected a lot of us both on a personal and a professional level. I think leading up to that event, we all really knew that it was going to be very cold and, maybe something that we haven't seen in a long time, but I think no one really anticipated what would ultimately play out. In the week leading up to that event, our staff were busy preparing for the storm. We were doing winterization activities at the various plants and making staffing plans to staff some of the facilities 24/7. We've got a few of them that are really critical and difficult to get to. And so anticipating hazardous conditions, we had made plans for fully staffing them around the clock, some of them. We ended up having relatively minor impacts at all of our reservoirs. That was one of the fortunate aspects of the event. I think the worst problem that we had was at Lake Limestone, where we had a lightning strike. I believe it was Thursday around February the 11th, really before the really cold weather set in, but we had a front move through and had a lightning strike that damaged some of our electrical equipment and SCADA equipment at the dam. But fortunately, our internal electricians and SCADA guys were able to get that taken care of and get us back up and running pretty quickly there. With regard to our water treatment operations, we have 9 wastewater plants that we operate, and then we also have 2 water plants, drinking water plants that we operate, as well as the Williamson County Regional Raw Water Line that pumps water from Stillhouse Hollow down to Lake Georgetown. The first issue that we really had was with the Williamson County Regional Raw Water Line. Our pumps there experienced a forced shutdown on Thursday, February the 11th. Again, that was before it got really cold. And it's kind of a double-edged sword with those pumps over there. We have a lot of sensors that are built into that system that are designed to protect those pumps so that if things get out of whack, there's vibration sensors and various temperature sensors that are designed to shut that system down so that we don't have major damage occur if we have a problem. But one of the side effects of all those sensors is it doesn't take a lot for that system to be shut down. And we frequently see it when we have thunderstorms or fronts that move through. It triggers those pumps to shut down. And that's kind of what happened on the Thursday before that Valentine's Day weekend. We ultimately decided just to leave that system off until the next week when things got better, because we knew we were likely, just based on experience, we were likely going to be trying to have to get back out there every other day trying to restart those facilities. And ultimately with what played out, there's no way they would have been running and no way that we could have restarted them. So it was really a good decision in hindsight that we had decided to shut that system down. We really began to see the worst impacts on Valentine's Day, Sunday, February the 14th, at our other treatment operations. That was really the beginning of an exhausting week for many of our treatment operations and maintenance staff who, were not only having their own personal issues at home, but we're having to get out and take care of our facilities and keep them running because, whether it's COVID or a winter storm, we've got to keep the water moving. It was really challenging for our staff out in the field just to get to some of the facilities to keep them running. One of the things that I'm really proud of is we didn't have any accident-related incidents associated with the event, no travel-related accidents or accidents at the plants. And I think that's a testament to the leadership that we have in our operations and maintenance group that is constantly preaching safety to our folks out there. We have backup generator capability at most all of the facilities, and all were used significantly. I think it was a little bit of bad luck in visiting with some peers of ours that, there were places that didn't lose power. And, we have 12 facilities counting the regional raw water line, and we lost power everywhere. We had a challenge with the generators that we had of keeping them fueled. Some of the facilities that we operate down closer to the coast for the city of Sugar Land and the city of Clute have larger diesel storage tanks because we're used to dealing with hurricanes in that part of the state. And so it wasn't necessarily an issue there. But here in Central Texas, we're not used to having multi-day outages where we're having to run generators. And the diesel storage in these systems isn't really designed for that either. And so we were actually having employees hauling diesel fuel from gas stations back and forth to some of our treatment plants here in Central Texas area. I don't own any diesel vehicles, but I understand that diesel does strange things in cold weather, and you have to add certain additives to it to keep it from turning into a gel. And there's also these fuel and water separators on some of the generators that were kind of cantankerous during the really cold weather. So just in addition to running the generators, the cold weather caused some problems. And we also learned that there's some other components that don't do well in the extreme cold. We had an oil sensor on our generator that we have at the East Williamson County Water Plant that went out, and I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a little bit. We ultimately fared pretty well at all the wastewater plants. We were able to keep water flowing through the plants and the lift stations throughout the event. And again, we were running on generator power to some degree at all of those facilities. At our water plant at Sandy Creek, that's the one that we operate for the city of Leander. The city doesn't have a backup generator at that facility. And right now that facility is their only treated water source. They have another treated water source from the Brushy Creek Regional Utility Authority, but that facility had been down for probably the last couple of months. They had a pipe that separated between their intake in the lake and their treatment plant. And so it was offline well in advance of this event, which kind of left the city with the Sandy Creek plant that we operate as its only supply of water at the time. We never did lose power permanently at Sandy Creek, but we experienced rolling blackouts periodically, and some of those lasted several hours at a time. And when you're running a water plant, those periodic power outages make things difficult. It's a lot different than, if you're at your home and the power goes off, the lights go off, the power comes back on, the lights come back on. At treatment plants, it's a lot more complex. There's different parts of the treatment processes where we're having, to backwash filters and things like that. And so it really makes it difficult. The city of Leander, who's the customer there, ultimately issued a boil water notice due to some pressure issues in parts of its system. but we were able to maintain a supply of treated water from the Sandy Creek plant throughout that event. Our biggest problems really occurred at the East Williamson County Regional Water System. We have, just for a reminder, we have 3 customers there from that system. It's the City of Taylor, the Jonah Water Special Utility District, and the Lone Star Regional Water Authority. That plant is a 12.3 million gallon per day plant, but normally this time of year in the winter months, the flows are much lower. We typically would see 4 to 5 million gallons per day in February. We began staffing that facility 24/7 on Sunday, February the 14th. And fortunately we did. We lost power to the plant later that night on Valentine's Day evening about 10 p.m. We reported the outage to Oncor, and Oncor is our transmission and distribution provider there. And as soon as we lost power, we reported it, and we got a quick response from Oncor that our power would be back on at 4:30 a.m. or by 4:30 a.m. And at the time, our operator is used to having good results with Oncor. We've had periodic power outages there in the past, and they've always been really good about getting us back up and running quickly. And so at this point, we really didn't have any reason to suspect that that wasn't going to be the case. Our chief operator out there immediately notified all of our customers of the power outage and started the emergency generator that we have there to continue providing treated water. We have an emergency generator there that is capable of pumping treated water that we have in storage at the plant to our customers. And so we got that running shortly after we lost power. Later on, if you fast forward into the early morning hours of Monday, February the 15th, about 4 a.m., we lost the generator. That was about 6 hours after it started up earlier that evening or late the day before. And that's where we had this issue with an oil sensor that I talked about earlier. Evidently, this oil sensor, I don't know what it does, but it was causing the breaker on the generator to trip, and we couldn't run the generator under a load at all. And despite all of the efforts that our guys were trying, we couldn't get it to work. And so what we later learned in hindsight after the event and things warmed up, we were out there working on that generator and going to try to troubleshoot the problem some more, and we couldn't duplicate the problem. So when the weather warmed up, the sensor functioned fine, and we've run the generator under a load and everything, and haven't been able to get it to fail again. Nonetheless, we've ordered additional sensors, and we're going to replace that one that was on there. But again, that's just one of those quirky things that until something like this happens, it's difficult to anticipate those kind of problems. So we're about 4:30 a.m. Monday morning. It's when the power, Oncor had originally told us the power was going to come back on, and obviously we still didn't have any power. Later on that morning, a couple hours later, we got another communication from Oncor that said that the power should be restored by about 7 a.m. And so we're still thinking that things are going to be okay. It's not even 12 hours since we lost power, and we just had the generator off a short time. And so we were still hopeful that power was going to be restored pretty quickly. At 7 a.m., the time that the most recent time that Oncor had told us we would have power, it came and went, and we still didn't have any power. And it's about that time that our communications from Oncor kind of started dropping off. We quit getting, estimated times, and all we could get out of them at that point was just the acknowledgement that they knew that our power was out. We maintained regular communication with all of our water customers throughout the night, and we still didn't have any indication of problems for many of our customers at that point. We actually found another backup generator early in the day on Monday, February the 15th. Again, this is still only about 12 hours since we had lost power. And we made arrangements to have that generator delivered to the plant later that afternoon, but the driver for the company who was providing the generator didn't make it to the plant. He actually slid off of the road trying to deliver the generator and ended up in the ditch. And so we ultimately weren't able to get it delivered until later the next day. So now we're again into the Monday afternoon, February 15th. That's whenever we started receiving panic calls from the city of Taylor that they were out of water. And I think everyone on our side and theirs was surprised by how quickly it got to that point. No one, I think, realized that they could run out of water that quickly given the time of year and the storage volumes that they have in their system. But in hindsight, what we learned, as well as other providers all across the state, was that this is almost across the board. I haven't talked to any other water providers who didn't see water usage 3 to 4 times the normal levels in both the days leading up to this storm and then the days afterward. And, it kind of makes sense when you stop and think about it, if you've got, 10,000 people or whatever with their faucets all dripping and running, that's going to add up to a lot of water over some time. And so I think that's what was happening. And so again, the SCADA equipment that we use to monitor storage levels, as well as what the city uses, had malfunctioned by this point. And so I don't think that they knew how much water was or wasn't in their tanks. And so, like I said, it kind of snuck up on everybody quicker than we would have thought. Later in the afternoon on Monday, after we got the calls from Taylor, our plant staff was actually out on the highway in front of the plant and found an Oncor crew out there Monday afternoon. And I've jokingly talked to people since the event that I think our guys kidnapped the Oncor guys. They actually flagged them down, ran them down, and got them to come into the plant to take a look at our problem. And the crew from Oncor was nice enough to do that. And they gave us what appeared to be some good news at the time. They had come in and said that they had found some type of jumper. I don't have any idea what that is, but some type of jumper that appeared to be damaged. And they indicated that they thought they could get it fixed and we might be back online really quickly. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. When they left the plant that afternoon, we never did hear or see or hear from them again. So later Monday evening, we were on the phone with our Oncor account manager trying to get any traction that we could from that end. Matt was also reaching out to our local legislative delegation to see if there was anything that they could do to try to help get power back on. So that's Monday evening. The next morning, we're rolling into Tuesday now. We implemented stage 4 of our emergency conservation measures under our drought plan that morning early. Again, there were some parts of Taylor, I think, that were out of water. There were other areas that probably still had some water, and Jonah was still receiving water, or their system was still functioning to some degree. But we knew that we were going to have to really ratchet down on water use because if nothing else, we're going to have to catch up and refill empty storage and that type of stuff. So later in the day, Tuesday, the city of Taylor coordinated a conference call with Oncor officials that we participated in, and we were appreciative of Taylor trying that as well to get us an audience with Oncor. We all expressed the direness of our situation with Oncor. And one thing that we learned in that conference call was that the treatment plant appears to have not been correctly prioritized as critical infrastructure for when the power companies were doing the load shedding. So that's one of the things that we're going to double back with power providers at all of our facilities and make sure that we are categorized correctly. But when we got off that call that afternoon, unfortunately, those guys couldn't give us any answers either as to when we were going to get power back. Later that afternoon, this is Tuesday afternoon, we're about a day and a half since we had lost power. That offsite generator that we had ordered the day before that didn't make it to the plant showed up. This is Tuesday afternoon, and our electricians got out there and got that wired in, and so we were able to start sending some water to our customers about 6 p.m. on Tuesday. And then about 7 or 8 hours later, power came back on at the plant. So it's about 1 in the morning on Wednesday morning, I think. And our crews worked all night long out there thawing out the plant as we began treating water again. And some of these folks, I can't tell you how hard some of these folks that worked for us worked in that event, just going above and beyond. When the water plant is down for that long without flow going through it in those temperatures, we had pipes that had water frozen in them. We had valves that were frozen. And so again, it's not just like you go out there and turn a switch on and get things going again. We literally had, I think, some old pallets out at the plant, and our employees were out at 1 in the morning when it's 8 degrees or whatever, building fires under some of these valves and placing tarps over them to hold in the heat source to try to get the system thawed out so that we could start treating some water again. Another kudos to one of our customers, some of the employees that work for the Jonah Water Special Utility District actually came by the plant early Wednesday morning and helped us out with getting it going. And it was a very nice gesture on their part to help us do that because they had their own problems to be dealing with their system. We're one component of their water supply, but they have a number of groundwater wells. And like I said, they had their own problems to be dealing with, and yet, they came by and helped us out at the plant early that morning. So as we started getting the plant thawed out, we have 2 components of the plant out there. There's the original component that we bought from the city of Taylor that's actually in kind of an enclosed, it looks like a barn or an airplane hangar. And we got that side of the plant running first. and had some equipment issues. We had some problems with chlorine that was crystallizing in the line and chlorination issues. We had some problems with valves and things like that, but we got half the plant up and running that early in the day that Wednesday. So we started sending some water to the customers, and at this point, again, we still didn't realize that water use was 3 to 4 times normal, because even with half the plant operating, we're sending, pretty much what the customers would normally be using this time of year. And we weren't making much progress. We weren't really gaining any ground. We were on the phone or communications and meetings multiple times a day with our customers, and they were asking, where's the water? And we said, well, we're sending water, where's it going, that kind of thing. And just nobody really realized then that they were using that much water. But ultimately, we had the city look at their wastewater flows. They had an engineering firm that was helping them out, and the engineer took a look at their wastewater flows. And this is again Wednesday, 48 to I guess 72 hours or so after the event. They looked at their flows to their wastewater plants, and they were still having 3 to 4, and in some cases 7 times as much wastewater as normal. And this was even after we had implemented our stage 4 conservation notice. So the Taylor mayor ended up doing a couple of videos on social media, literally pleading with their citizens to conserve water so that we could get the system caught up and recharged again. And it was probably late in the day, Wednesday, when we started making a little progress, and there for a day or two, it seemed like it would be 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But from Thursday, the 18th through Monday, the 22nd, we were averaging over 8 million gallons a day from the plant. And just to give you perspective, the highest flow that we've ever had out of that plant was about 9 million gallons per day, and that was last August. So we were running full tilt for 5 days in a row. And finally, on Tuesday, the 23rd, we're about a little over a week after this all started, we essentially got everything caught back up, and the system for pressurized storage was full, and we were able to rescind the stage 4 emergency conservation notice that we had put in place. So some lessons learned from the event. We've had a number of discussions internally after everything happened, and we've obviously been looking at additional generation capabilities, backup generation capabilities at our facilities and things like that. But last week we hosted a post-event discussion with all 3 of our customers, and we've talked to all of them individually, both during the event and since, but we hadn't all kind of met as a group, and I thought that would be helpful, so we did that last week. And we just kind of talked about what happened on each of our entities end, kind of what went on, what happened with each individual entity. We talked about needing to have better situational awareness and earlier intervention. And again, in hindsight, yeah, we probably should have anticipated with running faucets and things, water use would be higher, but that's a lesson learned, that we need to have a little better situational awareness and be prepared to take actions quicker in a situation like this, to get the conservation message out quicker. And another lesson learned is, when you get the conservation message out, what do you do to make people listen? And that's a challenge. I don't know that I have the answer for that, because that again happened not just with BRA and our customers, but kind of across the board with other providers that we talk about had similar issues. Obviously, the biggest component of discussions centered on backup power supply, backup generation capabilities. Obviously it would have been nice if we would have had more. A lot of questions around, what should you plan for if you're planning for the future? I think it's really unlikely that we're going to have another event like that anytime soon. It's possible it could happen again next year, but it's highly unlikely that we would have that again. But it's not that unlikely that we could have a situation where we could have a tornado or something like that that would knock out power to our facility for a couple of days like we had here. So I do think that there's some improvements that we can make on, being better prepared at East Williamson County with regarding to backup power. One of the other things I mentioned this earlier was ensuring that our facilities, not only East Williamson County, but Sandy Creek, and even having discussions about our wastewater plants with our power providers to make sure that they're categorized correctly, that we have that personal connection and a personal point of contact to deal with in the future. I've talked about the backup generator capabilities and needs moving forward. We're already looking at that, looking at costs for additional generation capacity. I think there's several maybe, I say several, there's at least one bill in the legislature that's been filed that may dictate to some degree or other what we would need to have going forward in the future. So we're monitoring the legislative session as well. One of the things too that kind of came out of it is, needing to have a better understanding of our individual customer systems. When we went into the problem time and we got those panicked calls from Taylor, like I mentioned earlier, I don't think anybody anticipated that was going to happen that quickly, us or them. But since the event, I think we've come to have a better understanding of how much storage they have in their system. They've got a number of storage tanks, but also just empty pipelines. If you add up miles and miles of empty pipelines, there's a lot of storage there. And so it's more water than you would think, and just better understanding each of our customer systems, I think, puts us in a better position to have that situational awareness moving forward. The extreme cold affecting our equipment. I talked about that generator oil sensor, and that's a tough one. I don't know how you think through all the things like that could go wrong. I was on a conference call last week with a generator service company that provides generators, and those guys are aware because it's their industry, but according to them, a lot of the generators in service here in Texas aren't really designed to operate in cold weather because we don't have that here that often. And so that's something, you look at people up north deal with this type of stuff regularly and don't have problems, and that's because it's regular for them, and they've been there and they've done that, and their systems are designed to deal with it. A few simple things, I mentioned we were building fires out of old wooden pallets. It would have been great if we'd have had some heating equipment, some kerosene heaters that we could have used to thaw out stuff. And so that's a pretty simple thing that doesn't cost a lot, that I think we can strategically obtain some equipment like that to have at some of the facilities in the future if we need it. I talked about the fact that we didn't have any accidents for staff traveling to and from the plants, but we did have some employees that physically some days couldn't get from point A to point B. And so one of the things we're looking at is moving forward, adding a few more four-wheel drive vehicles to our fleets and having those strategically located, because where we did have four-wheel drive vehicles, our staff was better able to function and move around a little bit. And also, maybe obtaining sets of tire chains and kind of standardizing our tire sizes so that we've got chains available, because, I always used to tell my kids that that four-wheel drive may help you go a little bit better, but it's not going to help you stop any better. And so having some chains, tire chains and things like that. So that's kind of a synopsis of the event. Again, I guess I'll stop there and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, and see if there are any questions or discussion.
Brad, to you and your team, thank you. I know that during the events, I was on the phone multiple times with David and the communication, and y'all working through these issues, which probably seemed like they were taking forever to be solved, but y'all worked through them, and your staff, praises to them. I mean, again, like you mentioned early on, their families were dealing with the same thing at home, and here they were out taking care of doing their job. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you getting together with those customers and already talking about how to do better next time. And hopefully there's not this kind of next time, but how to do better, and how you've already identified things. And for this particular event, making sure that we're prioritized, we're in that high category that doesn't get overlooked. And I know that on the legislative level, and Matt will talk about that, and you touched on it, there's going to be there are lots of conversations right now going on at that level. But I want to say thank you and kudos to you and your team. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any comments?
This is Director Savage. I just wanted to reiterate that importance of those forms that, and I read some other information about all the natural gas facilities that were also cut off because they were considered non-essential on the power shading plan. So that's something that can be done. This event isn't likely to happen in our lifetimes again. That's why we need to document whatever we've learned from it so it survives. And that would be just my other admonition would be to, try to write down, the things that were helpful, in the moment so that they survive, for a future event, which may not, it's like living next to a volcano, it only goes off every 1,000 years, but if it hits your 85, it's just bad luck. So, but man, thanks. It sounds like a harrowing story and a lot of heroes out there. So appreciate all the great work done by your staff.
You bet. We truly do have some folks out in the field that are, they're who we are. And, without them, it would have been a lot worse.
Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, report and possible discussion on legislative update by Matt Phillips, Legislative and Governmental Affairs Manager.
Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up some slides real quick. All right, can everybody see those?
Sir.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give as quick of a legislative update as I can about kind of what's going on in Austin. And Brad talked a little bit about some of the things that are really, really high level. One of the things I don't have in here is a bunch of bill numbers. One, because it crowds the slides unbelievably. And then 2, if you've got a specific bill that you want to talk about, get with David, get with me. We can get into that. One of the things that has happened this session is there are so many different bills, multiple bills filed on the same subjects that it would be nearly impossible, to put all of them in here. Everybody's got an electric bill. Everybody's got a COVID related bill. So it's just, there's so many of them out there. It's kind of hard to list them all in here. So we're going to talk more general concepts about the things that are moving forward. We talked about this last time. The legislature is dominated by some major issues, and before it was just the budget, redistricting, and COVID. And then obviously after the winter storm, you have an extremely complicated issue that's added to that, something that the legislature has to deal with now in the short time that they have, and that's electricity and the electric grid. So a legislature that was already just unbelievably overwhelmed with some super weighty issues had another one added to it. Will they be able to restructure how the electric grid is managed, this session? I don't know. That's a tall order. It's a tall order when it's the only thing you're working on. So you add all these other issues to it and it's going to be tough. I do think the budget, it's odd. The budget, which a lot of times dominates the session, is kind of creeping along in the background and is moving forward. I think the revenue estimate was rosier than people expected. It's not great, but it wasn't just unbelievably terrible. So I think the budget's actually going to be okay, or at least better than people thought. Redistricting is the least likely to get done during the regular session, and I think everybody expects that. I think you'll likely see a special session probably sometime in the fall on redistricting, mainly because I don't think the census data will be available before then. So it'll be almost impossible for them to do that during the regular. It doesn't mean they're not doing anything. They are having hearings about redistricting. They're having them usually every week, but I think that's just to begin the process, establish the record, so that they can kind of hit the ground running whenever they go into a special session on the issue. COVID, there's been so many different bills filed related to COVID, and they kind of run the gamut on all of the different issues. I will say the ones that are getting the most attention and the ones that you're seeing the most hearings on and testimony on relate to the governor's powers during situations like COVID versus the legislature's ability to interject themselves in the discussion, particularly on restrictions and on declaring disasters and how long you can declare them and what kind of restrictions you can put in place. So I think you may end up seeing something that gives the legislature more of a voice in that process. I think you're also going to see some legislation related to what local governments can do in terms of what they can restrict versus what the state restricts, and trying to somehow align that a little bit more. And that's pretty typical. That gets to this constant dynamic we've seen in Austin lately with the legislature versus local governments. It's just kind of been a trend that's run through the last 3 or 4 sessions. And then electricity, again, Brad talked a little bit about this. The main things that we're watching on that, because there's so many different bills filed on this. In the House, there's 5 or 6 low number bills that are going to be on the House floor later this week. And when I say low number, that means they're a House bill number less than 20, which means they're a priority. And they're going to be on the floor probably tomorrow. The Senate actually has its major electricity bill, Senate Bill 3, that's going to be on the floor, the Senate floor today. And most of the issues that are in those electric bills don't really relate to us or what we do. They're dealing with electric utilities and weatherization and appointments to ERCOT and the qualifications for being on ERCOT, remaking the PUC. There's a whole bunch of different things out there. But the things that do relate to us are the ideas of electric utilities having to prioritize us as critical load. And there's some language, particularly in Senate Bill 3, related to that. And it's not just us, it's hospitals, it's nursing facilities and things like that. So I think you're going to see those move forward. And then there is some language in Senate Bill 3 that requires all water utilities to have backup generation. Right now, the way the law sits, today is that it's only those coastal counties that are required to have backup generation because we prepare for hurricanes. So that makes sense. The Senate Bill 3 removes that coastal county bracket, so it would then apply to all of us. But as Brad explained, we've maintained backup generation at our facilities for a long time, so it won't really affect us that much. It'll just be something that applies to those that don't do it now. I'll pause there for a second. Does anybody have any questions on these major, big, weighty things? I think the joke is, and I think I put this in the last GM update, these are the 4 horsemen, because they're going to kill so many other bills. The amount of attention that will go to these will make a lot of other bills have a hard time moving. And I think that'll continue as we move forward. So other issues, broadband expansion has been one that's been talked about a lot, and there is legislation moving forward in both houses, both to map areas of priority, that particularly rural areas that need broadband, and to try to set up funding mechanisms to expand broadband to those areas. It's something that we're interested in, particularly out at Lake Limestone. Having broadband expanded out to Lake Limestone would help us. So we'll be watching that one and seeing if there's opportunities for us to participate in any sort of programs that get created. Public meetings bills, it's funny that we're sitting here in a virtual meeting, and we've done that since COVID. As you all know, the governor suspended some aspects of the Open Meetings Act to allow for these types of virtual meetings. And I think a lot of entities found these to be helpful, particularly larger ones where there's a lot of travel related to having meetings. And in addition, some of those volunteer water development board groups, such as Regional Water Planning Group and Regional Flood Planning Groups that span such large areas of Texas, are there ways to allow virtual meetings to become more commonplace. So there are multiple different bills to essentially permanently put into statute the suspensions that the governor put on having to meet in person in one place, and to allow the use of virtual to be more prevalent throughout the state. So I think there's something on that is going to pass, and just what it looks like will be interesting to see for us, because we've been doing it and I think we've done it really well. I do think that we want to get back to meeting in person, but it will allow us and others to have the option of using virtual more frequently. Public funds for lobbying, this has been filed for the last 2 sessions, and there's 2 different approaches. The House version applies to every public entity in existence, and it does not require you to be a tax-based entity, so it would apply to us. So if you use public funds in any way, you cannot retain anyone whose job it is or who is required to register as a lobbyist. The Senate version is specific to cities and counties. So they're both very different, and they're both going to move, and it'll be interesting to see. I'm sure there will be some amount of compromise. I'm sure the bill will get whittled down. What's kind of going around rumor mill wise is what will likely end up passing, if something does pass, is a bill that's limited to tax-based entities, and prohibits them from hiring lobbyists to lobby on tax-related issues. So it'll be narrowed to that specific focus, but we'll see as those things move forward. And then eminent domain, there were a lot of bills filed last session on eminent domain that didn't make it, so you've seen a lot of those refiled. Most of those deal with private entities' use of eminent domain, and they're a reaction to the high-speed rail issues in East Texas. So we're watching those. They're not ones that we engage in too much, but we're just paying attention to those as they move forward. Any questions on any of those or any other issues?
I have a quick question for you, Matt.
Sure.
I seem to remember that there was a bill about the directors of water authorities possibly becoming elected officials instead of appointed. Is there any truth to that? And what is it?
Yeah, I'll get to that. It's on my next slide after this one. So yeah, I'll touch on that one.
My apologies. Go ahead.
No worries. So water issues, again, I've said this before, it's going to be a quiet session for water, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I don't know that there's anything major that any of us water entities necessarily need. So water will kind of take a backseat to a lot of the other issues. Some of the things we are seeing is produced water. So the use of oil and gas wastewater, trying to create that and make that into more of a water supply source. I think that the legislature you're going to end up seeing is going to be more of a, let's study that issue. Let's not necessarily, okay, go start using it. So I think you're going to end up with some sort of produced water consortium that involves academia and industry and some of the state agencies in charge of water, looking at how you can make that more of a water supply source. So that's moving forward. Groundwater surface water interaction. Aaron talked about this during the strategic planning discussion, but there have been multiple bills filed to require studies of, statewide of groundwater surface water interaction. So that alluvial issue. The different bills have different entities studying it. One of them has the Bureau of Economic Geology looking at it, while the other has the Water Development Board. So one of those is likely to move forward. From our perspective, science is good. So looking at the issue is not a bad thing for us. We like the idea of a common state agency like the Water Development Board looking at it and studying it. That's not a bad thing. So that's something that we'll continue to watch going forward and may even participate in as they implement it. Groundwater, I kind of hit here the usual groundwater issues. There's legislation on all of them. Handicap, most of those is not moving forward, but we'll see. But things like loser pays, where both a groundwater district and someone suing them have the option of having to pay attorney's fees depending on who wins. Right now, only the person suing has to pay, the groundwater district doesn't. So that's an issue that comes up every session. And then continuing to make tweaks to their permitting processes and the processes through which they create desired future conditions, I think is something that gets discussed every session, and you'll continue to see tweaks to it every session proposed. There's a couple of bills related to parks and wildlife that a lot of folks in the water community are watching. One has been filed regarding giving parks and wildlife automatic standing in all water right permits, and also in permits related to air and waste and landfill permits. So that's one that we're watching as a potential permittee. There are some that have heartburn over that and would rather it be limited to permits that could affect a parks and wildlife facility, like a park, one of their actual facilities, versus them having automatic standing in every permit. So it'll be interesting to see how that one moves forward. And then there's some legislation filed around the Parks and Wildlife's authority in managing the state water trust. As you all know, we have a water trust donation as part of our system operations permit. So it's something that we'll be watching. What we don't want is, Parks and Wildlife obtaining some sort of authority over our water rights just by virtue of the fact that we've donated them to the trust. We don't think that's the intent, nor do we think that's what's going to happen. But, those are kind of our concerns and the issues that we're watching. Any questions on any of those? So River Authority specific, and Director Henderson, this gets to your question, but the first one, presiding officer designation, this doesn't really affect us, but it's one that that's out there. There are a couple different bills that have been filed to make it clear that the governor designates the presiding officer. Believe it or not, that is not the case for every river authority. It's been like that for us for a number of years. In fact, I think since we were codified back in the early 2000s, we've always had that provision in our enabling statutes. But not every river authority has that, and some of them still have, board elections to pick a presiding officer. So there's likely to be something passed that makes it clear that the governor designates the presiding officer for all river authority boards. And then election of river authority board members. There's been one bill filed on that. It does not mandate it. It requires an interim study by the House and the Senate to look at the potential on electing board members to river authorities. And the way that it would work, it would look at adding 2 elected members and or adding 1 elected while reducing 1 appointed. So 1 for 1 on that. That was actually, so oddly enough, that was an interim charge for the Senate Water Committee during the last interim, but they had COVID issues and they didn't really get to have hearings. So whether or not a bill passes to create an interim study for this, legislation is not necessary for committees to study issues. So this can get looked at whether this bill passes or not. Obviously, I think those that are interested in it understand some of the complications of that. I do think that also some that are interested in it are looking at river authorities that maybe aren't as large as us. So I think that is recognized. Our role in that, obviously, because we're not the ones that appoint our board, that's an issue for the governor, but would just be to inform the legislative process, help them understand that, look, we have a river basin the size of Tennessee. We have 74 counties, how it encompasses 6 or 7 different state Senate districts. So how you would set up elections in that type of area, and more importantly, how they would be funded, would obviously be things that we would want them to at least consider as they're talking about that. Director Henderson, did I cover your questions on that one, or do you have any additional ones?
No, you covered it well. I appreciate that.
And then I'll finish here. Obviously, the biggest bill for us this session is our sunset bill coming out of that process. We obviously want to see our sunset bill pass and move forward, since, the work that was done both by sunset staff and the BRA staff to complete that. Both the House and the Senate bill were actually filed last week. Both of those bills have been referred to committee. So the next step will be for, one of those to be heard in committee so that one of them starts moving forward. To us, it doesn't really matter whether it's the House bill that moves first or the Senate bill. We just need one of them to move. In terms of what's in it, it is all of the across the board provisions that we knew would be in there. So it would require us to adopt a policy for grounds for board member removal. That is standard boilerplate statutory language. What we will likely do is, once that language is passed and it's in our enabling statutes, we'll bring a policy amendment to you all in either September or November that will just mirror the language in that statute. So we'll just place that into our policies. And then these other 4 things, they're being put in our enabling statutes, but we are already doing them. So requirements for board member training, public testimony, policy separating board and staff functions, and then complaint tracking. Those are things that we already do. We may have to make a couple of tweaks to what we do to match that across the board language, but for the most part, these will require very little change, if any, on our part. So we'll obviously keep you guys updated as that bill moves forward. The hope is we can get hearings relatively soon and, kind of get things going. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of the things I've talked about, or if I didn't cover something, I can talk about that as well.
And I don't see any questions. Thank you so much for the update. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Agenda item number 9, the Board of Directors will conduct a closed meeting and executive session on the following matters. A, to consult with attorney regarding litigation with respect to the Allens Creek Reservoir pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.071 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. B, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property in Austin County in relation to Allens Creek Reservoir pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. C, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property in Grimes County pursuant to the authority granted by Section 551.072 of the Texas Open Meetings Act, codified as Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. Board members, you have received a separate meeting link to access the executive session. Please disconnect from this meeting and access the meeting link at this time. For those remaining on this meeting link, the board will return to the open session link upon completion of executive session and prior to taking action, if any, on items discussed in executive session. It is 3 minutes until 1. There are no resolutions for us to consider. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at this time.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by whom?
Tallis.
Tallis, and second by,
Ford Taylor.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Awesome. No further business. The board is adjourned at 2 minutes till 1. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good day.